Regular council meeting to order. First item of business, new councilor business, Councilor Javetkov.
So I'll make a motion that we somehow accommodate foot traffic during construction at 10th Street Bridge.
Second, Councilor Schumann, discussion. Councilor Javetkov, Councilor Rogers.
There's an attached letter there from the Seniors Association, and they mentioned that there are seniors that walk from Selwyn Place and from the other gated community there over to the seniors hall, and there's also access to the hospital, so there's a need for seniors as well as the students that travel between the high school and the secondary school. So I think it's got more priority than some of the other things that we do, and the cost of it could be accommodated by reducing some of the lower priority initiatives that we do.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
When I seen this, I went for a walk on the weekend, and I walked from the seniors hall, cutting through the library parking lot, through the trail and across the bridge to the bus shelter on 13th Street. So the bus shelter is between Selwyn Apartments and Parkside, that the gated Parkside community, I believe that it was referred to. So that took me 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm not a fast walker. So then I went from the bus shelter back to the seniors hall, through the park behind the tennis courts, across the Oilman's Bridge, and came across it where the new curb is in front of the by the school, that new crosswalk in front of the school, and then back to the front steps. And there was a difference that took 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So there was a 7-minute difference in the walking time from the bus shelter, taking both of those routes. For the students, because that was part of it, what I read through that. So I went from the senior hall along the walking path to the new bridge on 15th Street to the four-way stop at 108th, and that took 12 minutes and 20 seconds. And then I went up from the four-way stop up 108th Street, across the 10th Street Bridge, back towards the senior hall, and that was 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's a little bit different, like 4 minutes of walking time. Part to note about this is this work that's going to happen for the bridge. I imagine it'll be after June, so the kids really aren't in school after June, back in September. But in my first year of council, we reviewed policies, and there was some amendments made, and specifically the quote, most cost effective, got inserted in several different policies. Staff direction has always been, their direction has always been the most cost effective. It's to me that this is the most cost-effective way of completing that project. If something's changed, let me know. For safety reasons, I wouldn't want to see the citizens exposed to a active construction site. There's a lot of risk there to the citizens and the workers that would be working on the bridge. The added costs for the footbridge, I don't know where they would be, but I think that it would be significant and probably upwards of $100,000. It's also for that construction site. They're going to be needing room for storage of equipment, materials. I'm pretty sure they'll have a job shack there and stuff like that. So it's going to be a pretty crowded, congested area. I don't know how far away you would move the footbridge from that active construction site. And then I started thinking, okay, there might be a more cost-effective alternative, which would be scheduling and rerouting buses, or maybe there could be a deal with Step Up and Ride. But at this point, I'm not in favor of changing the scope of work, which is to build one bridge, to now build two bridges. I think that we should just stick with the one bridge. It's the most cost-effective way, and carry on. And you know, to those people that might have mobility issues, and et cetera, I think that that there is other alternative options of getting to the seniors hall if they're not able to walk that extra 7 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about our kids. A little bit of extra exercise could do them all some good, I'm pretty sure. But our seniors, I think that I would rather have staff look at this and, see what they can come up with. Maybe it's, not in the middle of the construction site. Maybe it's nearby somewhere. I think that staff said they would look at it and bring us something back. And so I would like to see what they could come up with before, and dollar signs, et cetera, before I said no to it. So, but as it stands, I would be in favor of seeing something from staff on this issue.
Thank you, Duncan. And Councillor Javetkov?
Through your worship, if council wanted to pursue this, we could include it as an alternate price in the tender package. It would be separated. You'd be able to see what the cost of that bridge is, and at that time make that decision whether you wanted to include it or not as you look at that entire budget and where the whole project falls, if you wanted to pursue it.
Thank you, Councillor Javetkov. Then Councillor Wilbur?
The reason I brought it up is because I was approached with the 15th Street construction, complaints that there was no access there. What happens, when you talk about safety, people are going to still cross, especially the kids. They're going to find a way across that creek. They're not going to walk around. That's the reality of it. So if you're concerned about safety, that's an issue. I mean, if we're not forcing them to cross on their own, but it's a given. They're going to find a way across that creek in the vicinity of the 10th Street Bridge. So I think installing something that is safe is prudent. With the 15th Street, they were crossing that creek all the time. They had rocks in there and, to jump across and that kind of thing. So it was an issue that way. So I think it's something that we need to provide.
Councillor Wilbur?
I just wanted to say, for clarity, I think it was just looking at how we could accommodate foot traffic during that construction. So, like Councillor Schumann, I'd like to see what staff can bring back to us. Maybe there's different alternatives as well. I don't think it's specifically a bridge, but I think there's alternatives there. And I do think, as Councillor Javetkov said, actually, is that the foot traffic's going to find a way one way or the other. So we best provide something that's safe, and that we do have a lot of traffic regardless of when construction time is. If it does fall during periods of school, there's two campuses that students travel back and forth to. So I will vote in favor of the motion.
One last time.
We had a precedent too with the Kin Park Bridge. When it was condemned, the city installed a 50-foot span in there. It did only take 1.5 more minutes to walk along 8th Street and 107th, but the city still did install that footbridge.
Thank you. Duncan? Brenda?
Through Brenda?
Through your worship, but this motion would not allow staff to just include that in the tender as an option. This motion is to construct.
Foot traffic will be accommodated during the construction in the most cost-effective method.
So it doesn't
So
give
we
the option
are
whether to
we
do it
are
or
installing
not.
a bridge in the most cost-effective method. Councillor Schumann?
I would ask Councillor Javetkov if he would be in favor of amending it to at least look at a report of some sort from staff on the matter, rather than just moving forward with this, because I think, noting what Brenda just said, I would vote against that.
Well, we need to, yeah, I mean, that's part of the thing, is to get a price when you're tendering the bridge. I mean, that's one of the options, so I think that has to be included in there. So the report aspect of it would include that.
So the amendment would be that you would, in the most cost-effective method, bring it back to council for approval?
Yeah, through an alternative pricing. So it'll be a separate price. You will know exactly what it costs, and you can decide whether you want to include it or not upon awarding the tender.
Does that clarify it? Would that,
We would ask you to amend the resolution to direct staff to include it as an alternate price.
Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, so that means that in the tender package, you would ask for a cost for accommodating foot traffic during construction. You're not going out with a new tender asking for another
No,
bridge.
it would be included, through your worship, it would be included in the tender package.
Okay.
And we would have the cost of the bridge, and we would ask for an alternate price that would say add or delete X amount to include a foot traffic bridge in this location.
Yeah.
So
I'd amend that.
amended, seconded? Wilbur? Are you ready for the question?
On the amendment.
On the amendment? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. On the motion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 3, any other councillor business? Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I'll try and deal with this one first. I just got a text message. Councillor Schumann, maybe you can help me out with this. We last year turned the lights on at the Calvin Crick Center to purple for Eating Awareness Week, I believe it is. Eating Disorders Awareness Week, and that's happening right now. And I guess my lovely wife had dropped the ball on getting something in for that. So, in mayor's business, I guess, could we ask? I could put a motion forward that we turn the lights to purple on at the Calvin Crick Center for the Performing Arts. For I guess it would be this week.
You're making that by way of a motion to move it to mayor's?
Well,
Yeah.
if the mayor could bring it up, and then we could put that motion forward.
Do you need to, does he need to say
Right.
to move it?
Yeah, I need a motion to move it into mayor's.
Okay,
Seconded.
I'll make that.
Councillor Schumann, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. Anything else? Yep.
Your Worship, I have one more thing. Northeast Regional Advisory Committee had a meeting on Friday, which I attended. I just want to give everybody a few updates on what NDIT and the committee had been working for. Last year, we left about $500,000 on the table of grants that were not applied for. It still stays in our regional funding account. This year, there's, I believe it's $2.191 million that's available for grants. Our first intake, there was a total of $476,000, which leaves there will be about 1.5 million left available for grants for the Northeast region. A little updates, grants committed since inception for the city of Dawson Creek has been a total of $971,000. Last year, we received grants from NDIT just last year for $412,000. So I was happy about that. You know, since inception in 2005, 900 grand. Last year, 400 grand. So I think we're doing really good. Kind of a key point. Investments in the Northeast region since inception. So this is the Northeast region. Total amount of invested was out of the 370 grants was $17 million. And we're almost at the total project values. So the values of the total project, it's almost $100 million. I know I've been kind of like a broken record telling citizens to apply for grant funding, particularly community halls and recreation facilities. And then there's also the events, annual events that get held in town. There's quite a few grants. There's $2,500 that they could be applying for. And so far, I think we've only seen Mile Zero Cruisers have applied for that. So Fairgrounds, Beef Congress, any other annual events, Dawson Creek Music Festival, I think Jeremy's going to be working on that. But just a little quick, brief update. I hope it didn't take too long. Thank you. That's all.
Nice.
Thank you.
So we had made a motion to try to raise something to $50,000 from 30. How did that that fly or?
That is that was closed meeting,
Oh,
so I can't
okay, sorry.
comment on that. But
Sorry, I forgot.
that's all I got.
Thank you. Any other councillor business? We go to minutes. 3.1 minutes for regular meeting of council for adoption. Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Schumann. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Any business arising out of those minutes? Item 5, we'll go to correspondence. 5.1, we have membership invoice from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Councillor Schumann.
I would move that we pay our membership fees for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Boop, seconded. Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 5.2, we have a letter from Jennifer Moore, Conference Chair in the Sparks Women's Leadership Conference. Councillor Rogers.
Receive for information.
Seconded. Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 5.3, we have a letter from Aileen Toraville, Corporate Officer from the District of Tumbler Ridge. Councillor Javetkov.
I'll move that we provide letter support.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 5.4, we have a letter from Kay Moody, South Peace Hospice Palliative Care Society regarding their January St. Patrick's Day dinner donation request. Councillor Javetkov.
Receive for information.
Seconded. Councillor Schumann. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. A little ahead of our delegations. 7.1 we should hold until we have the delegation, in my view, so we'll just vary that a little. 7.2, we have report 17012 from the city building inspector regarding a building code and city bylaw infraction at 817 104th Avenue. Councillor Rogers?
Okay, bear with me. It's a big one.
Not long.
We all sighed when you put your hand.
I know.
We were happy.
I'll do the heavy lifting. That report number 17-012 from the building inspector regarding building code and city bylaw infractions, 817 104th Avenue be received. Further, that the corporate officer be directed to notify the registered owner regarding the following infractions. There is no survey certificate in place. The addition of a garage is encroaching on the 1.2 meter setback, which is in violation of zoning bylaw number 4115, 2011. The drainage of the garage roof is not
Is in.
It is in contravention of subdivision and development servicing bylaw number 4176, 2013, which stipulates avoiding drainage from one lot to another. According to the BC Building Code, the house needs to have its own heating system that serves only one dwelling unit, and any wood-fired stoves must be wet certified. BC Building Code also states a solid fuel burning appliance shall not be located in a repair garage, storage garage, or any other location where it could be exposed to flammable vapors or gases. Handrails and guardrails need to be installed to current BC building code in the stairwell and the front deck. Further, that the registered owner and the building inspector be provided with an opportunity to be heard by council prior to consideration of filing a notice on title.
Seconded, Councillor McFadden, discussion.
Your worship,
Councillor Rogers.
if I can find my notes here. I wasn't expecting this to come up so quick. Okay. In regards to all of this, there's a BC building bylaws, BC building code, there's plumbing codes, there's gas codes, there's electrical codes. All of these codes are for a reason. And the key objective of the Building Act is to bring greater consistency to the technical building requirements in force across British Columbia. To achieve this, the Building Act gives the province sole authority to establish technical building requirements. This is not something that Dawson Creek City Council makes up. These are rules, these are bylaws. We have in place policies and bylaws upholding these regulations. It is, in my opinion, it's the owner's responsibility, it's the developer's responsibility to adhere to these bylaws, rules, whatever you want to call them. It's not something that City of Dawson Creek makes up. We police that. That's for the province of British Columbia. That is for the safety of our citizens, the reason that these are all in place. I've experienced with myself doing a renovation or something like that. The first thing I do is, okay, I'm going to do a renovation. I can go into the City Hall. I'll come to City Hall. I'll tell them what my plan is, talk to the building department. Tell them what my plan is and what requirements I need from them. They tell me all of that. Then I pull my permit and I carry on my way. Recently, I'd been working with a group in town that wanted to do a renovation on an older facility. They didn't have drawings for that facility. I came to City Hall and asked about getting drawings for that facility. And because a permit was pulled, their drawings were available. And the information that I did get further to that whole process was there was additional renovations that had happened to that building. And that information was provided as well. And there were changes made on the drawings that were submitted, which ensures that the BC building compliance was being met. So these permits and regulations are there to ensure the safety of our citizens, the safety of our employees. If there's a fire in that building, at least we know what we're getting into. There's certain things that a lot of people don't understand when you're doing this, is that our fire department needs to be safe when they go into these buildings. And I've seen it before where you are supposed to have a fire exit so many feet away so the fireman's actually able to carry a person out. These rules, these bylaws and everything, they're in place for a reason. And it is not the city's responsibility. It's the person that is starting to do a renovation, build a new facility or whatever. That's their responsibility. And they should do that. It's pretty simple. Anyways,
Thank you. The second paragraph on the summary and background has indicated what our administration have been trying to accomplish since July. I read, meeting was held on December 1st to discuss the steps towards compliance, and the homeowner walked out of that meeting with no commitment to take steps towards compliance. So what we're saying now is we're going to make some recommendations that we try to put some of this information on title. I think we've given the opportunity. I think in addition to this, we should be seeking a court order to have the house destroyed. And perhaps then people get the message about how serious we are about adhering to the building code. It's a poor day to come forward, but we've worked with him for 6 months. He walked out of a meeting on our staff trying to get to compliance. So the next step to me is, why would we continue to push a rope up the hill? We're getting no cooperation. Indicate to the homeowner that we're serious about this.
Great.
So, can we do that? Can we, in addition to this, seek a court order, failure to comply and failure to meet within a certain time frame, that we seek a court order to have the house destroyed? Duncan?
Through your worship, I'd ask Kevin to speak about the process a little bit.
Yeah, so through your worship, all the legal advice that we've gotten, this is, the notice on title is that next step, and that's to ensure the protection of future homeowners. So if in the meantime, this owner was to sell the home, there'd be notice on title to that future owner to say, hey, there's something not quite right here, we'd have to look into it. So that's the first thing that we need to do, protecting future owners. We can certainly then go from there. If we still, through this process, we don't get in compliance, the next step is we can get a court injunction.
Okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.3, we have a report 17014 from the City Building Inspector regarding building code and city bylaw infraction at 701 97th Avenue. Councillor Wilbur.
That report number 17-014 from the building inspector regarding the building code and city bylaw infractions at 701 97th Avenue be received. Further, that the corporate officer be directed to notify the registered owner regarding the following infractions. There is no building permit in place for the addition. The addition to the home is encroaching on the 1.2 meter setback, which is a violation of the zoning bylaw number 4115/2011. Further, that the registered owner and the building inspector be provided with an opportunity to be heard by council prior to consideration of filing a notice on title.
Seconded, Councillor McFadden. Discussion? Councillor Wilbur, then Councillor Rogers.
Well, I think you and Councillor Rogers and your worship have made it clear, but I think we'll reiterate to people there are rules. So if you're not going to follow them, this council is going to come down on you, and nobody is going to get away with this anymore. These are long conversations with people, and I think we're all very upset about it, but I want the message to be very clear. If you do not follow the rules, staff goes out to accommodate, to be there, to help you get through the process. If you are not going to take the steps to do that, this council's coming down on you. Enough is enough.
Councillor Rogers, Councillor Javeka.
Yeah, I read in there that this goes back to 1993. Now, I don't know if that property's been sold or not, and if it had been sold, this is where one would have slipped through the cracks. The people that have purchased the house are now probably, if there was somebody that bought the house, you know, this is a financial consideration that they're going to have to deal with. And if a permit was pulled, we wouldn't be here talking about this. So it protects the future investor as well, because at least in this case, I would hope that if the property was sold to somebody else, they could go back to the person that sold it to them and said, look it, you never purchased a permit, so therefore I'm suing you for all of the costs that is going to be incurred to redo something. And then they might just turn around and say, you know what, while I'm at it, I'm going to sue the city of Dawson Creek as well, because they should have done something about this back in 1993. So I agree totally with Councillor Wilbur. Like, enough's enough.
Thank you. Councillor Javeka.
I think this is it's a symptom of a different problem, but you know, the fact that we're asking this person to come in to discuss it, I think, is the right step. going hard line, I mean, yeah, we can, you know, be white earps and start shooting, but this, this is a totally different issue. I'm just, I have a question on the drawing. It looks to me like the carport is actually built on the adjacent lot. And I just wondered if the landowner owns that lot as well, or if that's city property.
Through your worship, I'd ask Kevin again.
Yeah, so through your worship, that aerial photo that you saw, which shows that carport out, that is actually the undeveloped 5th Street right away. So it is our property. And that's how we became aware of it, is because we've been doing some work up in that area. And the homeowner called, we started looking into things. Anyways, we realized that this addition is actually not as voted for undeveloped road right away.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're at 9 o'clock, so we'll go to our delegations. 6.1, we have Brant Lear and Laurie Stevens in attendance regarding a retaining wall encroaching on city property. Good morning. The delegation table is yours. Good morning, the delegation. You have 10 minutes to do your presentation.
Morning, Your Worship and Council. I'm here to support Laurie as a friend and as a kind of a late consultant in the green profession on this matter. Listening to the other cases, we're probably at a pivotal time in your decision making in this type of matter. We've obviously proceeded with a project that's extended off property. I believe Laurie that was aware of, there was a property marker there that existed for a number of years. And it kind of represents the backyards of that area of town. It's the Willow Brook area. It obviously adjacents into our natural park space. So that particular backyard of hers encroached dramatically into within, up to her property line, which is surprisingly very close to her back deck. With the assumptions made over the last 22 years, assuming where her backyard properties was, she maintained and did what she could. There had been some deadfall occur over the years. She had the city remove trees. There was a bit of compost piling, and the debris that was removed by the crews was actually piled in that area. So the one thing led to another with her progression on how this project evolved to the floods, concerns that the waters were approaching her house floor levels, and then ultimately making the decision to hire a contractor, come in and clean up the debris and maintain the area into a presentable area. Then the opportunity of fill came along. There was a project next with her neighbor where she had access. The fill was available. Then it was, let's retain it with blocks. One thing led to another until finally it was there was a complaint from the neighborhood about the heavy construction, and it was brought to our attention that we're probably off property. So at this time, Laurie's kind of here asking forgiveness, I guess we could call it, but if that's a term that should be used in this situation. So we put together a bit of a PowerPoint just to walk through it. Laurie?
Good morning, Your Worship, City Councilors. This is basically trying to explain how we got to where we are today. So my backyard improvement project, the 2016 floods brought the water levels 10 feet from the house at my backyard. Existing backyard was assumed at the existing property marker that had been there for since I had purchased the property, and I had maintained that area for past 22 years. It was found incorrect when a neighbor had complained, and I had done an actual survey, unfortunately. I'd always assumed that I was in line with the other neighbors. So this project grew, as most projects unfortunately do, kind of more than what you normally start with. There was unsightly backyard issues. There's large dead trees removed from the area of concern, both inside and outside of the assumed property line by the city of Dawson Creek. There was some large dead poplars, very tall, and if they had fallen, they would have hit my house and damaged it significantly. So the city of Dawson Creek has been removing trees. It was accumulating dead wood and piles of debris. During the flood, it was a total eyesore from my backyard. The area shown in the drawings as the new fire pit was actually a compost dump for some neighbors. Dead trees and limbs were piled and partially burnt by city crews and left there. There will be complaints on record. I did discuss it with the city bylaw inspector that it was an eyesore, and I was quite concerned about the debris, dead trees, compost. The existing grade was also starting to erode from runoffs and floods, which also needed to be addressed, hence wanting to put in a retaining wall to hold it up on what I believe to be my property line. So that was the beginning of my backyard project. Now, going back around before this, that is the marker, existing marker. We've passed it, yeah. Right there. There's two pictures of the marker, and it's you know, it had a lettering on it. It looked like a legitimate marker. But that was the one that was in my backyard, and it shows a line of what I thought was in line with the improvement project. So back to, well, the reason people purchase and advantages of living adjoining to a nature park is being able to enjoy the space off your backyard. People purchase properties in those locations for the advantage of free space into nature. It has been a general precedent since the development of the Willowview area, which is over 30 years, that the lots adjoining the creek space have been allowed extra area for country living, fire pits, tree houses, non-pits, backyards, etc. Residents have spent a considerable amount of time and money over the years developing and maintaining, mowing the extended area of this park for aesthetics and control of unsightly risks. Excuse me, I'm on a board in here. Factors. The mitigating factors to consider are it would cost $30,000 to $40,000 to reinstate and put it back, I guess, to the unsightly conditions and remove existing work. There's liability and trespassing concerns from the city of Dawson Creek. The property owner was over the property line unknowingly. I'm requesting the alternative use of the nature park space for practical leisure use, having a safe pathway for wheelchair access to a fire pit, for my special needs daughter and other special adult and special needs in general members of this community to access. And maintainable grades and acceptable growing conditions for native plants and to revegetate the park space. I'm questioning if there's really any risk to public safety and the environment. Plans to improve the backyard space was previously used and maintained. It was just a complaint-driven assessment that brought attention to the matter. The project is actually enhancing the area to be a clean native environment to meet standards of natural landscaping designed by a professional consultant. I'm more than willing to comply with reinstatement of the park space at existing grades, pathways, and the fire pit. And the completed project will look exactly like the nature park surrounding once all vegetation is planting and established.
Okay, one more minute.
Sorry. Remediation project. Landscaping grading is no disruption to the natural forest bed as it is topsoil, and will sustain the native plants. Pathways are made from compacted aggregate to allow wheelchair all-weather access. They are leads materials allowed for natural landscape projects. The retaining wall is semi-buried to offer stabilization of natural clean fill added to grade. The precast retainer blocks are non-toxic aggregates of natural material, leads approved. Once establishment occurs with topsoils, native plants, and vegetation growth, the blocks will not be visible or a hazard to the park space. Trees will be spruce, pine, poplar, willow varieties that are already existing, and as healthy trees were never removed as seen in the earth views. Shrubs will be installed of varieties to match the appearance of park. There was minimal damage to the park forest base. Any areas disturbed will be established to meadow grasses and wildflowers. The excavation and disruption to existing landscape that was maintained for years by owner will be reinstated to natural grasses, integrating to meet the natural park. My conclusion, alternative to conform, is I request the City of Dawson Creek to consider proposed alternatives to conform into an agreement of acceptable terms, allowing this backyard enhancement to not be considered trespassing, but an enhancement of once was an unsightly background to an area of my backyard that was considered within boundaries to maintain. Thank you.
One quick question, Lori.
Yes.
As it is public property and there's a fire pit, you're okay with the rest of the citizens in Dawson Creek coming in and hanging out around that fire pit because it is public property?
Yes, I am. There has been a precedent for over 30 years with all the owners behind that area. They've maintained that park space, but people that aren't residents or people walk through it, and that's totally acceptable to the whole area.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We'll bring the request back to Mayor's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Our next delegation is the BC Women's Institute Week. Ruth Viner and Colleen are here to sign a proclamation. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. So whereas the British Columbia Women's Institute is a diversified group of interested, involved, and educated women from all walks of life who, by working together, expand their skills, broaden their interests, and work to improve conditions in the home, the community, and around the world through service, self-fulfillment, and sociability. And whereas they sponsor and promote programs in agriculture, citizenship, home economics, health and welfare, and cultural pursuits.
Whereas they function at the local, regional, provincial, national, and international level with a range of activities broad enough to encompass the interests of women, now therefore I do hereby proclaim the week of February 13th to 19th, 2017 as BC Women's Institute Week in Dawson Creek. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the floor is yours if you'd like to say a few words.
Well, only that we appreciate each year, we're perennial as the grass, it seems, and we try each year to get a proclamation. But we appreciate that, the recognition that Women's Institute get in the province and in the country. So thank you, Mayor Dale, and thank you, Council. And Colleen is the Secretary of Broad Branch. So
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
thank you. It's a privilege.
Have a good day, ladies.
Thank you.
Next delegation, 6.3, we have Chris Fudge, Senior Regional Transit Manager, and Allison McDonald, Transportation Planner from the BC Transit, are in attendance regarding the Dawson Creek Transit System Service Performance Check-in and Final Draft Report. Good morning, welcome. Good morning, thank you.
Good morning, Your
The
Worship.
delegation floor is yours, you have 10 minutes.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. My name's Alison McDonald, Transportation Planner with BC Transit, and I'm here with my colleague Chris Fudge, Senior Regional Transit Manager. So our purpose here today is to seek approval from Council of the proposed short-term service changes in order to proceed with an implementation plan memorandum of understanding following the planned 10th Street Bridge replacement work, and also to provide information on medium and longer-term service change proposals for consideration. Our topics for presentation today are firstly a brief review of the objectives of our service performance check-in. Next, the change proposals themselves, our approach that we took, public consultation undertaken, short, medium, and long-term service change proposals, marketing and communications proposals, infrastructure proposals, and other considerations. Following that, our proposed next steps, and lastly, our recommendations for you for today. There's a lot of detail on this slide, so I'll focus on where we are at right now. Number 4, outlining and recommending service options over the short and longer term periods for consideration by the City of Dawson Creek to improve transit system performance and effectiveness. Number 5, making recommendations on non-service related supporting strategies. And number 6, outlining the process towards implementation of the potential improvement options identified in objectives 4 and 5 above. The approach that we took was to combine, firstly, various background sources, information from your official community plan, for example, also existing transit system data, as well as new data that we went out to collect expressly as part of this review. Also a first phase of public consultation, which included discussions with the key community stakeholders listed on this slide. And we combined all of these information, data, and feedback sources to come up with some proposed short-term service changes that are projected to be cost neutral in order to make most efficient use of existing resources. And we took these short-term service change proposals out to a second phase of public consultation last September and October. We held 4 different open houses with over 100 attendees, and we also held an online survey for people unable to attend the open houses in person. You can see the results here. I'll go over the options later on, but this slide is just to illustrate that each option received support from the majority of participants in the open houses and online survey. So our short-term service change proposals, again, they're designed to be cost neutral. The first proposal is to extend and reroute service along the Alaska Highway. This would help serve businesses such as PV Mart and Nordley's Clinic along the highway. And it would also entail a rerouting in the area of Dave's No Frills in order to improve passenger accessibility and safety. The green area shows the proposed rerouting. The yellow shows the proposed discontinued routing, and the blue is the existing routing. Our second proposal is to improve midday service frequency through service reallocation, and that would help to close the gaps of up to an hour and 20 minutes in the middle of the day between trips. And we would also be looking at reallocating certain evening trips or early morning trips where there is very low ridership to provide more service during the midday. Our third option is to improve schedules for school bell times and schedule reliability. In particular, this one trip at 8:10 in the morning, which sometimes runs late due to heavy passenger loads and just misses the morning bell at the Central Middle School. Our fourth proposal is to extend service further into Sunset Ridge to improve accessibility for those residents to transit. Our fifth proposal is to increase the coverage area along 15th Street, doing the green routing you can see there north on 15th Street, but continuing to do the existing routing by the hospital and the two schools, one trip in the morning and one trip in the afternoon at school bell times, and using the time savings from this to provide service directly to the front entrance at the Aquatic Center to improve passenger accessibility there, especially in winter conditions. And our last short-term service change proposal is to increase service to the Aquatic Center by discontinuing service in the area of the Canal to School loop, which at the moment sees very, very low ridership. Through our process, we also came up with a medium-term service change proposal, which is also designed to be cost neutral. This would involve potentially removing routing by Tremblay School. There is one trip in the morning and one trip in the afternoon at school bell times that detours by Tremblay School. And in a 2-week period of ridership counting, there were no passenger boardings or alightings at that bus stop. And by discontinuing this routing, it would help to ensure schedule reliability at these peak travel times of the day. In terms of long-term service change proposals, these are longer term because they would require expansion funding, both provincially and locally. And these come from what we heard as part of Phase 2 public consultation from people who attended the open houses or filled in surveys. So firstly, increasing service frequency. The priority would be to eliminate any remaining midday service gaps to provide consistent service all through the day. Next, to provide later evening service, providing Sunday and statutory holiday service. Consider providing service to Pusku. Consider providing service closer to the Fireside Glen Seniors community by Parkland Park. And lastly, to consider introducing two-way routing to replace the long one-way loops that currently operate. In terms of marketing and communication proposals, the first one would be to introduce a travel training program aimed at the local seniors population in order to encourage ridership among that demographic and teach seniors new to transit how they can use it to get around town. Secondly, to implement Google Transit, which is planned for late spring or early summer of this year. And lastly, to do more marketing outreach and generate new ideas for transit promotion within your community. The infrastructure proposals consist of, firstly, installing new bus stops or relocating existing bus stops as required for any service changes approved by council. Secondly, to improve bus stop signage. Thirdly, to improve bus route maintenance and bus stop maintenance, especially in winter conditions. And fourthly, installing additional bus shelters at high traffic bus stops. And number 5, to ensure good pedestrian access to bus stops, for example, by constructing sidewalks where none currently exist. Other considerations, firstly, rerouting for the scheduled 10th Street Bridge replacement. We've come up with a potential detour, and it's been test run, and it would require more travel time, which would have an impact on the transit service frequency on the schedule, which also might impact ridership for the duration of the bridge replacement work. And secondly, our BC Transit Development Referral Program. This provides local municipalities the opportunity to refer development applications to BC Transit, and we can provide comment from the point of view of transit supported land use, whether the proposed development is on an existing bus route, or if not, how likely it would be to be served by transit in the future. So our proposed next steps are that BC Transit work with city staff, firstly to confirm the routing and scheduling changes for the 10th Street Bridge replacement, and secondly to work with city staff on an implementation plan memorandum of understanding for the short-term service changes that are approved by council. And our recommendations for today are that the City of Dawson Creek receive the Dawson Creek Service Performance Check-in final draft report as information and provide feedback to staff prior to finalization by BC Transit. Secondly, to approve, if willing, the short-term service change proposals. Thirdly, to direct staff to work with BC Transit on an implementation plan memorandum of understanding for the short-term service change proposals. And lastly, to receive the attached fare structure review in Appendix A as information. Thank you very much for your time here today, and we'd welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Any questions?
I think I'm good. Pretty in-depth report you gave us.
Thank you so much. We'll bring it back to Mayor's business. We appreciate you coming in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, you guys.
Chelsea?
Our next delegation, 6.4, we have Marilyn Stone and Rosalind Schmidt, Dawson Creek Community Garden Society, in attendance regarding a lawn maintenance request. Morning, you can have a chair at the delegation table. You have 10 minutes.
Some parkland. This is the parkland.
I'm here, I made it. I'd like to say good morning to everybody, and it's really nice to be here. It's a chilly morning, but it's nice and warm in here. This is Rosie Smith. She's the president of the Dawson Creek Community Gardens, and she's been involved with the gardens for 10 years. And she's the acting president. I am Marilyn Stone, Community Gardens Manager. This is my 3rd season. The reason we are here is to request from the city staff time and equipment for ongoing landscaping, specifically grass mowing at the Trailside site by Spruceland Manor. And I think you guys will have a map on your computers, and if you can, did you find where the gardens actually were? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, this would include mowing grass throughout the summer months. And a little bit of our background. Last year, we had 20 gardeners at Trailside. That's the place we were trying to get the lawn mowing for. And we have a potential for 25 gardens. And it's mostly older people at Trailside, and they're all raised beds. But like the grass grows around where the raised beds are, and it's really hard for us to keep them mowed. And then we also have 22 members at Northern Lights College, and we have potential for 40 gardens at the Northern Lights College. But we're just requesting assistance at the trail side. Financially, we're stable. However, we cannot afford to pay $20 an hour to mow the grass. So I guess that's the reason why we're here. We plan to do fundraising this coming year, but we don't quite know, we haven't brainstormed yet what we're going to do. So our request is to get help from the city to mow the grass at Trailside. We do offer a service to the community at low cost to the users. At Trailside, many are elderly and are not able to help with the mowing. They tell us that they enjoy the gardening experience as well as the produce they grow. They say they enjoy the socialization this activity provides for them. And that's all she wrote.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just wondered who,
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Javeko?
over at Northern Lights College where there's 40 beds, I've seen them over there, but who cuts the grass and stuff like that over there?
Sometimes the college does, and last year we tried to do it. It's just, yeah, the reason why, like, the college is separate kind of from the trail side, so we're trying to get the trail side mowed. Yeah, and it's the college, isn't it, that does it?
They did it last year. We have been spoiled and used to hire students who would come and do it. But last year we tried to do it on our own, and most of us that can are working full time, and the elderly, which is by the trailside gardens, they try, but they, you know, you have to really need somebody who is able to walk and mow the grass there.
And to answer your question a bit better, at Northern Lights College, the Encana was hiring summer students. So they were getting the summer students to come and mow the lawn at the college. And then this year they're not getting their summer students, so they don't have any available means to mow it. So we're hoping the college will for us.
Thank you. Councillor Javeko?
Just to administration, it looks like this is on city park land. Is that all city land?
Through your worship, correct. There is a piece of this line that goes onto private property, but other than that, the main area there along the trail is city property.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll bring this request back under Mayor's business later in the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that'll be later today, this morning?
It won't be long.
Oh,
Maybe an hour.
can we wait here?
Sure.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 7-minute recess. So we've finished with our delegations and we're back into reports. We have report 7.1. We're at 7.1. We'll go back now to 7.1. We didn't do report 17.013 from the city planner regarding the trespassing Chamberlain Nature Park.
Shoot.
It's loading.
I'm a little slow here.
Or maybe not. There it is. Loading, loading.
I'm still slow here. Yeah. Come on.
All right.
It's all right. I know I did.
There we go.
I got it.
Councillor Wilbur.
I will move recommendation number 17-013 from the city planner regarding trespassing Chamberlain Nature Park be received. Further, that a professional surveyor be hired by the city to establish the property line adjacent to the Chamberlain Nature Park. Further, that those property owners found to be trespassing be required to remove all structures within a 24-month period. Further, that the park be restored to its natural state in accordance with the OCP. And further, that the trespass at 10721 Willowview Drive be removed and restored in accordance with a qualified environmental professional.
Second. Councillor Schumann, discussion. Councillor McFadden?
I don't support the recommendation. I don't think it's a big deal. The folks have cleaned out some underbrush and they built a fire pit. So what? And then it says somewhere I read here about this is a hazardous river. Well, it says who? It's not a river, it's a mighty little slough. So if I lived there, I'd probably be doing the same thing. I think it makes the place look better. It's better for fire protection, cleaning out all the debris, so I don't support the recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Jakoff and Councillor Wilbur?
To me, this is when I mentioned that it's a symptom of a bigger problem, I think, or a different problem that we have. You know, we've got examples of people using not crown land, but city property, in effect trespassing, and there's evidence all over town. Our policy of only responding or being complaint driven, I think, is one of the issues. I can see some issues with this, and by the drawings that were provided, it looks like there's actually buildings that have been encroached onto the parkland. But I would like to make a motion that we
have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the board.
Yeah, can I make a tabling motion?
You want to table it?
Well, I'd like to table it so that we could have a look at it after the snow goes in the spring and just see what the extent is. Like to go and spend a bunch of money on surveying right now. The surveys may be obvious. People may know where their corners are. You know, I think it's a waste of money, and I'd like to see it in the summer to see what the impact is. I'd like to see all the impacts. Like there's doctors and teachers and lawyers living along there that have, you know, various encroachments onto the park. So it's not a simple issue to me. It's something that I think we need to look at on the ground, and hopefully it would become a lot clearer.
Yeah, I think that's why staff have identified it under our OCP that designates this a development area. And so two things, I guess. First, if a tabling motion now is non-debatable. Brenda?
This motion is in order. It would be to refer the motion on the floor to spring for a decision at that time.
So that would be the motion that I'd make.
To refer it to later in the year?
So that we could have a look at it in the spring after the snow goes to see what the extent is.
Okay. Seconded to refer? Second time, do I have a seconder? Third time to refer? Thank you. Further discussion. Councillor Wilbur, did you have your hand up?
Well, we've dealt with issues like this before. We just had some people come in, I believe just last summer or just before, that had to move their fence in. They were on a future pathway. And I think this is an ongoing issue in the city, and I think, unfortunately, we are complaint driven, and maybe that's a topic for discussion, but it's a different one. This fire pit isn't like right on the property line. This is way out into the park. And the bottom line is, as owners, as property owners, we know where our property lines are, and we know when we have a park that we back onto that's park space. My other concern is there were complaints made to the city, which was identified by the landowner, about the trees. And so the city went and cleaned them up. So self-identified by the landowner, phoned the city to have what's considered rubbish, but trees down, composting, which no one should be putting that there either, and then moved the backyard further back. I'm sure the fire pit and everything would fit lovely in the yard, and unfortunately, and it's just a message to everyone in town: stop doing this. Like these are not things that have to keep coming to us. You know what your property is. That's your property. Do not be encroaching on city property or the neighbors. It has to stop. So I think, yes, we need to have that discussion later about our complaint base. Maybe that's a change we need to make. But people need to be responsible for their own property and the actions that they take on property that's owned by the city. And I am sure that if a bunch of kids went in the middle of the night and partied at that fire pit, somebody would be telling them to get off my property. But it's not their property. Might be a neighbor, might be something. So as far as I'm concerned, this needs to stop, this needs to be removed, and we need to start moving forward and really get it out there to the community that they need to follow the rules. This is ridiculous, so we have to keep dealing with this. I'm sorry.
I want to clarify this. Now I'll get to Councillor Parslow and Javetkov. This is about all of the properties along Chamberlain who are encroaching on the Chamberlain Park area. And there's a number of trespasses in and the other aspect of this is the development is going contrary to our official community plan, and there's some criteria within that official community plan that I think if we don't address this now that we're aware of it, then we have to make sure we address that within the OCP, because there are some components, the way I read this, that are the official community plan designates the park as a natural environment development permit area and classifies the land as environmentally sensitive habitat. So if there's development that goes on within there and on that property that is under our official community plan and designated, do we have to change the OCP of which we're doing to do that, or can we even do it at this point? So my question to administration.
So through your worship, I'd ask Kevin to talk about that dedication and that process, because it is onerous, and the council of the day, by dedicating it as a nature park, intentionally made it onerous to remove it.
Yeah, so through your worship, just a couple of quick points. The park appears to have had some sort of proposal in 2001 for soccer pitches, and so this is where it seems to have started. So that proposal never got off the ground, and in 2002, Council of the Day decided through bylaw to dedicate it or have a park reservation bylaw placed on that for a nature park only, no sports fields, nothing like that. So that was the first step of trying to protect that area. 2011, one of the last things that Kathy did before she left is she went around and did a park dedication bylaw looking at all our green spaces. And so in 2011, that was one of the parks that was dedicated as park. So it's kind of got two layers of protection on it. It's dedicated park, which preserves it as park, but then it's got the reservation bylaw, which speaks specifically what kind of park. So because of that, and looking at it, we asked the question of, is there a way the council could legalize this trespass as it sits? And because of these dedications, the advice we're given is that the court would probably set that aside, that you can't simply legalize something that's in contrary to your own bylaws. So the only way to get out of the bylaw is through an alternative electorate process or a referendum, because the idea of dedicating park is so it makes it very difficult for councils to get out of that and to possibly dispose of or anything like that with the park. So that's kind of the gist of it. I don't know if you've got anything to add.
That's correct. It just requires the approval of the entire population to remove that dedication from that area of park. So that's either through an alternative electoral process or a referendum.
Thank you.
So that's even, that's even before you get to the requirements of the OCP, your worship, that you were speaking of. So first thing is just really the reality it's a park. Secondly is the OCP requirements that even if it was private property, those requirements would be in place.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov, or sorry, Councillor Parslow, then Javetkov. And Rogers.
Yeah, what you ignore becomes the standard you live by. And having said that, I struggled with Councillor Javetkov's motion that was not seconded. In that, I think all of us would try to find a win-win. I don't see a win-win, but we always try to see that. This, I have bought a number of properties. I've all got maps from deeded, signed off maps. I know where my boundaries have been. And here we've had a situation where there was a sign, I don't know what it was exactly, and you've got encroachment, but it's all along that. This is a neighborhood issue. We have a number of parks, and so I think we have to do something for sure. And so I think it's with some tinges of regret for all those people. We've got to ensure that this land, the public land, is held as its intention, and it's not for. There are some buildings, as Councillor Javetkov said, right, that encroach on this land. It isn't just a walkway or a fire pit. And this isn't this particular case, but in the general neighbourhood. So I think we've got to talk about this a little further as a neighbourhood issue, but I have to support the recommendation of staff.
Thank you, Councillor Javetkov, then Rogers.
There's more issues here. This subdivision was put in the 70s. One of my concerns, if I had the opportunity to live next to that park area, would be the fire hazard, the spring hazard with dry grass. So, obviously by the air photos, the people are cutting the grass there to prevent dry grass up against their property line, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's, you have to do that. If you don't do that, you're just inviting a huge problem. So, you've got encroachment there from possibly buildings crossing the line to something like cutting grass. A nature park doesn't provide for people going in and cutting grass. So obviously, the way this has evolved is an issue, it's a problem. So I think that we have to deal with it. And this motion doesn't deal with it. This motion is a black and white motion that deals with it according to the situation now. To me, there's got to be a win-win. There's always a win-win. Maybe we need to take out a 20-meter portion of that park along the boundary of the residences so that they can cut grass and they can protect their properties. It's not fair to blindly go ahead and put in a hazard to the properties. So if there was an amendment to this motion where we do the survey and then have a look at what the impacts are, I could support it. But the way it's written now, with that all the park owners found to be in trespass remove their structures within 24 months, which will include stop cutting grass. Basically, all you can do in a nature park is walk in there. I could support it with an amendment, but the way it's written now, I can't support it. I don't think it's right. I think it's putting all of those landowners there at risk, and so I'll vote against it.
Yeah, and I think the comment from administration is we can't do that. It's a dedicated park, and it's through a referendum or alternative process that you could allow access onto that park.
That's exactly my point. We could have a reverse referendum and deal with it in a positive way and come to a win-win situation for all the landowners, and it's a good example for all of the situations. I mean, there's a lot of other properties adjacent to that park over on the other side of the creek, on the north side of the creek.
I'm not arguing with that. You had said if we gave them a 20-foot access onto it, we can't do that under a park designation.
No, it would have to be a reverse referendum.
That's all. That was all my point. Councillor Rogers.
Okay. Councillor Weber, I agree with everything that she was saying. We have an OCP, we have bylaws, we have policy. It's a park reservation. And the subdivision I heard was put in the 1970s. That subdivision, when it went in the 1970s, there was building permits pulled for all of those houses. Those people, all they had to do was phone City Hall, and I think a lot of that data from those permits is now electronic. And that information could have been emailed to them. It's that simple. they would have, and then it would have identified where their property lines are. It even identifies where the property lines are, you know, even in this report. Like, it's simple. I don't think there's anybody in this room that owns property in here, in Dawson Creek, that doesn't know where their property line is. I live out in the country. I know where my property line is. I know where my property lines are in my buildings. The choice was made to build structures in the park outside of their property line. That was a choice that they made. It's the responsibility of the owner to know where their line is, and the pictures are clear. And you know, when they purchased the home, they chose to live against the park. That wasn't the rest of the citizens in Dawson Creek's choice that they lived there. That was their choice. And when they bought that property, they had a survey done. The survey was done when they purchased the property. And when properties were bought and sold, surveys have been done for the whole time that those properties were being sold. I just look at it and I go, the only thing I don't like about the recommendation, in all honesty, is that the city will go in and survey these properties. I don't think that we should waste any staff time surveying these properties. It's the homeowner's responsibility to serve the properties. If you have fire pits and you have buildings and structures that are located in the park, yes, remove them. 24 months to have that stuff removed, that's reasonable. And that's reasonable amount of time for them to actually, if they want to get it surveyed, they can pay to get it surveyed. I don't see why citizens of Dawson Creek have to pay to get it surveyed. And then if you're worried about a fire guard for it, I believe from courses that I've taken through that park, if it was warranted that there has to be a fire guard build, I believe the BC government does help fund that. But that's not the issue here. The issue is structures on city property and that shouldn't be there, and it's against our OCP, it's against our bylaws, and it's against our policy. So the only thing that I would like, and maybe if I could get a seconder on this, is that the survey be done by the owners of the property. That's all on file.
It's contrary to the motion.
Yeah, I know if we could amend that. And then the part where it says the restoration, you know, who's gonna, the professional assessment by a qualified environmental professional in restoration. I think the win-win here would be that remove your stuff, let it go back to the way it was naturally, and do the survey yourself.
Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so this is problematic for a lot of reasons, and it's been going on for years. And I remember when I was first elected, we had something come up, and it was with regards to this area as well, and we had to deal with it. As far as going to a reverse referendum and giving them another 20 feet, for me, I feel like give them another 20 feet, and then they take that 20 feet and go further. Like, everybody wants to have, you know, a big, beautiful treed park area as their backyard, but that's not what it is. And that's a park, and it's been designated and redesignated, and that's what it is. And I feel bad for everybody that's not looked into where they can build, but I think that we just have to pass this motion and give them 2 years to move their stuff.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Rogers, one more.
Your Worship, I just wonder what would happen if I said I would like to make a motion to amend the recommendation that landowners be responsible for their own surveying, and that the restoration component of it just be taken out, and just let the park go back all on its own. Because it could mean that these people are going to be on the hook for planting trees and replacing grasses and stuff like that. So I just think let it go back the way it was.
Then I think defeat the motion, and then bring forward a second one if there's other components. The saying that we're gonna have the owners pay for this is contrary to the motion that's being made. And so defeat that if that's the will, and then bring forward the second motion. Administration, Brenda?
Can we?
That, you could do it either way, either deal with the amending motion,
So amend the,
have a seconder to amend the motion.
okay.
Yeah.
So first I want to deal with this. So Councillor Rogers, you want to amend the motion that the landowners are responsible to pay for the survey?
Surveying, and that they just remove their structures or whatever, should not, whatever theirs is, it's on city property, get rid of it, and just let the land go back to the way it was. Because I can see that.
So, okay,
there would be-
I want to get a seconder
Yeah.
to that first. Do I have a seconder? For a second time, do I have a seconder? For a third time, do I have a seconder? Back to the motion. Councillor Parslow, then Javekov?
Okay. As we've identified, this is a community issue. My instinct and reflecting our guiding principles is that I think it's bad practice for us just to make a decision affecting a large number of, or doing something without engaging the community in this issue. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't be inviting the people who are trespassing in one way or another, so we can explain to them our position and ways in which we can transition back to conformity. I'm just wondering if it's not going to have the appearance of being very bureaucratic. I mean, it's an issue, we've got to deal with it, but I think there's ways we can go about it that might engage people, might help people understand the situation we're facing and that they're in, and we might, there might be some transitioning that's easy for some owners, and others, they've got problems. But I think, as from a public relations communication thing, I'm wondering if we shouldn't refer this to make a decision about this until after we've engaged the people who are might be affected by this decision. So that's just a reflection, Mayor. I'm not. I just think we should be sensitive to. We'll get a whole bunch of pushback. Well, why not engage and they be able to understand the predicament they're in and the predicament we're in.
Sure.
That's where I'm coming from right now.
Thank you. Councillor Javekov?
So I'll just get back to this fire hazard issue. I guess my 30 years of dealing with spring fire hazard, spending millions of dollars every spring, I'm probably quite sensitive to it. You know, and I see a lot of grass mowing there, which basically is a reducing fire hazard. And that grass mowing is not allowed in a nature park. You're not allowed in a nature park other than to go and look at the birds or whatever. To me, this is a big issue. We just had an experience in Fort McMurray where 20% of the town was burnt because they didn't have the fire hazard dealt with. You know, this isn't Fort McMurray, this is Willowbrook. There's a huge area on the upwind side of Willowbrook. If you get a grass fire in there and it's wind driven, they travel extremely quickly. To respond to it is impossible. So, you know, for that reason alone, I think we have to deal with that nature park coming up to the boundaries of private property. This is an opportunity to do it. This is not the motion that will deal with that. So again, I will vote against it.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
I'm not sure that we put fire lines in all of our parks. In fact, the forestry park itself backs right up into a subdivision up in Loran. There's no fire line cut there. I don't believe that these people are mowing the lawn to create a fire line. I believe they're mowing the lawn to make their yard bigger, as by the picture that we see.
Doesn't matter the reason.
I also believe that if this goes through, there is no reason that we can't make a motion directing staff to notify the neighborhood of what we're doing. The reality is, this is happening all over the place, and it's coming to us more and more. And we had another neighborhood where people came forward, wanted to keep their fence. We gave them a timeline to move that fence back to their property line because they were encroaching on city property and potential pathways. The reality is they're encroaching on city property. It is got all this park designation. It was done for a reason. Yes, it's a nature park, and yes, people do like to bird watch and walk through the trees and all of that stuff. So the neighbor could mow the grass and create a fire line, but just looking at that fire pit, it's in the middle of trees. So what is the fire hazard there? I do not know of any fire lines that we create in any of our green spaces. 24 months is plenty of time to make the adjustments that need to be made. I don't have any problem with us having it surveyed. I think that's good on our part, saying to all of the neighborhood, here is the line. We've done it for you. We're very clear on this is the line. And I do think if this goes forward and passes, that we can make another motion recommending staff notify that neighborhood of what is going to happen over the next few months into spring and their timeline to move their stuff. And it's all over the city, but sooner or later, some council's got to stand up and say, enough's enough. We have an OCP, we have park space, and this is what the community is supposed to look like. That's this moment. So we can either be leaders and say this is what needs to be done and move forward, or just keep pushing it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Question's been called, and I just want to add one final point to this, and I'm just going to go back to it for clarity for administration. So by allowing 24 months and doing the survey, if we do anything other than that under our OCP and the park designation, is that legal for us to do anything beside to allow that development, knowing that it's there? I just need clarity on that.
Yeah, so through your worship, Kevin can...
So just to be clear, you're asking if by giving them a 24-month window, if we're in some way contravening our own bylaws? Is that the question, Your Worship?
No, clarity on, with not being aware that the development structures have been placed, developments occurred in the park area, the designated park area. Can we legally do anything but that?
No.
Under a motion, under a bylaw, like there's a bylaw on a park designation. Yeah. Can we do anything but this?
No, Your Worship, the advice that we have been given, again, and looking at all the options of whether you could permit this, legalize it, some sort of an agreement, the advice we're given is that because of the dedications that are in place and the reservations, that if you were to do so, basically the court would probably throw it aside because you would be in contravention of your own bylaws.
Thank you. Councilor Dvekoff, one more time.
I don't know if you're getting at this or not, but could we, like we're going through the OCP review, so if in a year we decide that we want to do something different with that park in the OCP, does that nullify this 24-month request? Is that what you're...
Well, I'm just trying to get clear in terms of what legally, when I know this, under park, on a park designation, we're very restricted in terms of what you can do or not do or allow or not allow. And so if we said we wanted to provide Lori with a variance, we wanted to provide one of the homeowners with a variance, I'm just asking, is that legal for us to even do that because it's designated park area?
Your Worship, the advice we've been given is no, it would not be legal.
Thank you.
So my question, do you have an answer to that?
Back to the OCP. So again, through the OCP, you could look at different things, but the reality is that does not change the designation or the reservation because that is separate to the OCP.
We would have to go
was.
You'd have to get a referendum or,
The designation of park, and then the park reservation that says it's not only a park, but it's only a nature park. Those two things, the only way you get out of those and change that is through a reverse referendum. Okay.
thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried, thank you.
Can I make a motion?
Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to move that council convene a meeting with affected landowners in this matter to explain our position.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Wilbur, discussion? I think it's a very good idea for us to have, this isn't something that people have done deliberately to try to do things. They just develop in their home. And so to me, now that you see this and understand the implications of park and all of OCP and all of that stuff, you realize that we need to have some discussions with the folks so they understand this is the electorate, this is the citizens of Dawson Creek that designate and give this stuff, and so we need to be able to have that clear communication. So I'm in complete agreement that we need to do that. Duncan, then
Through your worship, just
Councillor Javekoff, and then
yeah, just for clarification, we're talking communication through hand delivered as we did with disc golf, or would council be looking at inviting them to?
I think we want to invite them to a bit of a public meeting, and we'll have that wide open conversation with the folks, explaining with mayor and council and administration there and those folks that are affected by it. And maybe we do that, and I don't know if that's what Councillor Parslow was getting at, but I think that's exactly what we should be doing and trying to communicate. And we're not trying to do anything other than have an understanding of what we can do legally and what we can't do and how that impacts them and their properties. So Councillor Parslow, then Javekoff?
Yes, you're correct. I would hope that we extend an invitation to a meeting, explain the problem, and then after we've had a meeting, and based upon that, we then issue a notice, or it may, or whatever action. Yeah, you know what I mean? I think just getting a letter through the mail will just be upset in being invited to engage in an understanding and listening to them as well, and then proceeding from there after that. So I think you've nailed it, Mayor. My intentions, you've
Councillor Javekoff?
I think it's important too. I think in addition to the city telling the landowners, I think there's also the landowners may have some feedback for the city. To me, I mean, by virtue of the fact that the city has ignored all of this activity since the 70s, that in effect we're condoning it. So I think the city has probably as much responsibility for this whole issue as the landowners. So I think it's important to hear their feedback.
Yeah, as the community develops and neighborhoods develop and grow, it transitions, it changes, and so that's why it's good to have the interaction, the communication, and if the, as you've raised the point about fire and all of that, if that's a change today that we should be maybe considering in a different light, maybe that's exactly what we need to do, and hearing that and bring it back through the AAP or a referendum to the residents in the community as we see the impacts of that as we go through our OCP. So I think it's just really healthy to have that communication, and we're not trying to do something different. You've got to...
Yeah, through your worship, Brendan.
Through your worship, if there is a question, if council's not in agreement with this motion, if you want to go to the public prior to this decision being made, you should bring this motion back for reconsideration, table it until after the communication is completed, and then reconsider it at that time.
Okay. All right. Councillor Wilbur, you got a comment?
Well,
on that?
I mean, we've already voted on it, and I think legally we know where we stand, and definitely that's why I agree with Councillor Parslow's motion. We need to talk to the residents. But I think we also have to take into consideration, Councillor Javekoff, that we run on complaint basis. So it may not be that something's being ignored. It's just until it's complained about and brought to us, it's not, we don't know about it, nor does staff. So I want to make it very clear that we run on complaint basis, and staff is doing their job based on the rules and regulations that have been set out for them to follow. So you know, we run on complaint basis, and maybe that's a discussion for the future, but I commend staff for doing the job they're doing, and when there's a complaint, they attend to it promptly, so I just want to clarify that.
So are you suggesting we should hold this and have the public meeting first before we do that? Is that?
That's up to the will of council.
Okay. All right, so I think we've got the motion in place, and we'll move forward with it, and we've got the, well, if this passes, we'll have a public meeting about it, and council can be guided by that. And if we get something back from that public meeting, we can bring it back for reconsideration, so. Councillor Parslow, you had a?
Well, yes, just for point of clarification here, this is our corporate officer saying that we've made this decision. Do we want to hold off communicating that until after we've had this public meeting? I'm a little confused here. This motion that has been passed does affect the whole neighborhood, right? So maybe we should communicate this motion at that public meeting.
Thank you.
Duncan?
Yeah, sorry, through your worship. So if the purpose of this meeting is to hear out the neighborhood residents and listen to them and make a decision whether you want to enforce this recommendation, then you may not want to, you may want to reconsider it. Now, if the purpose is to say this is the direction that we're going, we've approved this recommendation, then we wouldn't ask you to reconsider it, and you would be following the appropriate process right now. So really it depends on the purpose of that public meeting and what council would like to do there.
Yeah, and I think council's given the direction that by majority that they think this is, that we need to move forward with this. And simultaneously now, we're going to hold a public meeting right away, as soon as possible, I would assume, to be able to engage the residents, tell them what we're doing, why we're doing it. And then at the end of that, depending on that feedback, will be a great engagement for us to say, hold on a minute, now we've got some other aspects here that we're going to consider. But we're moving forward with it, and the majority of council have given that direction. So, Councillor Javeka.
You know, just the aspect of the opportunity to be heard when we take these kind of actions, there is some merit to, when you are considering that action, to give those people an opportunity to be heard. So maybe it would be better to hold off on the motion, or to rescind it at this point, or defer it, or whatever, until we do have that meeting and hear what the other landowners have to say.
Councillor Wilbur?
In my mind, I mean, anyone correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any outcome out of that meeting will be that we can change its designated park. There's a legal aspect here. So I think we've made a decision, and moving forward and meeting with the residents in that neighborhood is the opportunity to explain to them one-on-one about the designation, why the decision was made, and yes, get feedback from them, and in that redevelopment of putting it back the way it was, maybe they'll have some suggestions on what would work for them in that neighborhood, and we can look at that aspect. But I think reality is we're sitting here, it's not like we're being meanies. There's a legal aspect here. There's many aspects that form around the decision that we've made. So we've made a decision, and I think that public conversation is about why we made it, how the land's designated, the timeline that they have to remove whatever they have in there, and then get suggestions also from them on what redevelopment looks like of that space. And maybe part of that is a fire line. I don't know. But that's the conversation in my mind that we would be having.
So one piece to me that I think is one aspect of this that I think we should, I'm completely in favor of, is getting the property surveyed for the benefit of us and the residents as one. And I get that's a cost, but that's some of the opportunities that have been created here as a result of just that confusion around where properties exist, where property lines are. And so if we can get that first step done, and that's what the motion is really to establish that. And then the second phases follow from that about removing structures and all of that. So I don't see it as being onerous in terms of nothing's going to happen for the property owners until summertime and we're probably not gonna get a survey till spring or summertime too. So we'll have lots of time to engage the residents and start that process. And Councillor Javetka.
Just one last point. You know, this has been going on for over 40 years with that subdivision. I mean, it's conceivable that somebody was given permission by the city. I mean, a lot of those people that were here in the city over the last 47 years aren't here anymore. So here where, you know, this is where the opportunity to be heard comes in. I mean, if you, and it's not mean, but it is certainly hard line. It is the hardest line that you could take. And I wouldn't call it mean because, you know, but it is like somebody could come out of the woodwork and say, well, what are you talking about? They told me I could, and here's a note or an email or, you know. So I don't know. I mean, I would feel more comfortable.
Park designation is a pretty tough one to, anyway,
Well,
Brenda.
this nature park was only put in after we made a motion to put some soccer fields in there when we were looking at taking the.
Somebody coming in with a napkin scratched out in 79 saying they were given access probably isn't valid.
They didn't have email.
Anyway.
Sorry, Brenda. Duncan, you had a...
Yep, through your worship, Brent.
Yep, through your worship. The motion is, as it stands, can be presented to the public, and within a 30-day period, we'll have that public consultation. Within a 30-day period, the mayor can bring it back for reconsideration.
So we move quickly on the.
Yeah, and that's why I want to have that. I think that we have that public consultation as soon as we can, right? We get the engagement. Councillor Schumann.
Just one. I feel like it's then going to be, I mean, they're going to come and they're all going to stand up together and they're all going to say, we want this park to be changed so that we can encroach on it, et cetera, et cetera. And I hope that that's not what they think they're going to do, right? Because in the other examples of the decisions we've made about, no, you got to remove your stuff, I mean, that person could have gone and got the whole neighborhood and come in and, you know, come to us and said, no, 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 as a neighborhood, we want it all. Like,
The process, though,
I know.
honestly, is
I'm
what
all
we can do
for-
legally
I'm all for this.
in a
this
park
public thing,
designation.
but-
And so I think that's the really important communication for people to understand, right? That's, to me, the objective.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow?
So, with what you're saying, so I see notice of meeting, sharing of the council's decisions and the reasons for that decision, soliciting and inviting feedback from them, and then an open-ended question, which might be just the one we wrestle, is based upon that feedback, where do we go from here? Right? There may be options such as has been alluded to by some of you, but we shouldn't. We as a council have affirmed that we wish to engage people in important decisions that affect them. We're reaffirming that by this action.
That's right.
And I think we're doing the right thing. And then we have the survey done, and each homeowner will see the degree to which they've transgressed, or if they've transgressed at all.
All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. No, record that.
What are we voting on anyways?
Having a meeting with people that live in the neighborhood, a consultation.
I'm in favor of that.
Thank you.
Focus, Linda, focus.
7-4, we have a report 17016 from the Parks and Facilities Manager, the Dawson Creek Disc Golf proposed park upgrades. Councillor Schumann?
Yes. I move report number 17-106 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding the Dawson Creek Disc Golf Club's proposed park upgrades in the Barbary and Chamberlain Memorial Pioneer Parks be received. Further, that the overall long-term plan as presented on the attached map be approved, and that the Disc Golf Club work closely with the city horticulturalists in regards to species selection and best practices prior to the installation of any permanent infrastructure to ensure the city's best practices, policies, and bylaws are being met.
Seconded, Councillor Rogers. Discussion.
Just
Councillor Parslow.
Just a statement. When the council of the city of Grand Prairie were here, one of the council member asked about disc golf in Grand Prairie, and we're told it is so popular that they're in the process of developing a second one. It's low cost, it's accessible. I think this is a great development for the city.
Brings people into our parks.
Thank you. Good point. Any further discussion? Councillor Rogers?
No, I'm ready to.
Want to vote? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8, bylaw 8.1, report 1709 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy bylaw. Councillor Parslow?
That report 17-009 from the Director of Corporate Administration, re Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy bylaw, number 4344/2017 be received. Further, the bylaw 4344/2017 be given first 3 readings.
Seconded, Councillor McFadden. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8.2, we have report number 17010 from the Director of Development Services. Go ahead, Councillor Schumann.
I move report number 17010 from the Director of Development Services regarding property maintenance and bylaw number 4345/2017. Bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4346/2017 and municipal ticket information system amendment bylaw number 4347/2017 be received. Further, that all 3 bylaws be provided with the first of 3 readings.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Wilbur, discussion? It hit me when I was reading the report that there's one area in the downtown core that's the vacant properties on the old Wildcat Video and through there that we don't maintain because there's somebody else owns them properties. Am I right there?
So through your worship, any properties that we have taken ownership of, we will go down and we clean those sidewalks. And Wildcat and the old Alaska Hotel areas are, and the Chamber, there's a stretch in there that we do some but not others. And so we do anything that's been put in our name, we clean those sidewalks.
I know I even hate that, but it looks to me like when you have some areas that we do maintain and then we stop because of something else, and it creates a bit of a dangerous area because those guys aren't maintaining theirs that are vacant and abandoned basically. And should that be a concern for us, that we should be looking at that as a consideration to do them while we're down there, just for the safety aspect of it? Or do we then take on the responsibility of maybe having other property owners where they're saying, why aren't you doing ours as well? Is that the reason?
So through your worship, I'll direct it to Kevin, but we have had property owners say, you're coming downtown with your plow, why not just continue on through the entire block? And maybe Kevin talk about the process if somebody isn't cleaning their sidewalks.
Yeah, so through your worship, anytime that we have snowfall, slippery, the bylaw does patrols in the downtown area and deals with property owners to ensure that they get it cleaned off in a certain amount of time. The vacant properties, some are good and some have people wanting to do that work. There's always a few that we run into some problems with and we have to pursue, and we end up sometimes hiring a contractor to clean, but it's that time frame. Maybe between when it snows to the time it gets done. I understand the concern, but we do go through that process and we end up hiring somebody to do it and then charging that back to the property owner.
Thank you.
The ones we have, they get done.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8.3, we have report number 17015 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the Notre Dame lane closure. Councillor Parslow.
The report 17015 from the Director of Corporate Administration re Notre Dame lane closure be received. Further, that second reading of OCP Amendment 1701 bylaw number 4339/2017 and zoning amendment 1701 bylaw number 4340/2017 be reread as amended. by adding section 2.2, which includes the additional change to the OCP and zoning designation of the 390.01 meters squared portion of highway from highway to institutional P1 public zone, and also corrects typographical errors within the bylaw.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion?
This is just housekeeping.
Housekeeping. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Mayor's business? I got nothing.
Nothing.
No, I'm kidding.
What?
So I attended the Premier's Natural Resource Forum last week, along with Councillors Schumann, Wilbur, and Rogers were there. And the Premier's, this Natural Resource Forum is a really good opportunity. I think when you go to conferences, this one focuses on really the north, the resource and industry that's developing in the north and how important that is. Gets high attendance from industry, municipal governments, First Nations, Premier, Cabinet, MLAs. And the same was evident this year. And we had really good attendance. And there was two highlights to me, or three, that I got into. And one was we had a meeting that we were involved in with the Premier's Chief of Staff, Minister Bond, and Minister Barnett from Minister of Rural and Community, as well as Minister Bond as Jobs, Tourism. And so we got the opportunity to speak directly and had a great discussion with them about focus. First was our hospital and how important that development of that hospital renovation project is to our community, our region, and the province, in our view, and how we are still pushing the province to give us the okay to go ahead and spend the money on that business plan that the Peace River Regional District have agreed to fund under the 40% funding model that we have for regional hospital districts. In order to try to get the province to give us that okay, then is what's needed to get it through the Ministry of Health to Treasury Board and get the approval of the project. The project is a 2 or 3 phase project, and the first phase of it is about building a new inpatient wing, a 44-bed inpatient wing, increasing the inpatient acute care facility we have, building a new one, and then when that's completed, that's phase 1, they would tear down the old inpatient acute care wing, and then the second phase would come with all the associated build that's required for trauma care, acute, some of the specialty services and things. And so our pitch to the government is, listen, if it's a 2-phase project, let's do it in those phases. And the Peace River Regional Districts were well funded in our 40% requirement of capital. So we really made that argument to them about, let us do the business case. This project is so important to our community, our region, the South Peace, the Northeast, and the province. If we're building this region and our community, we need to have appropriate, adequate healthcare services, and that acute care facility and the strategy of Northern Health everything is built on a primary care healthcare model, comes with having a strong acute care facility. And so we engaged with them and got great response. And so we're really pleased that the Premier's Chief of Staff and Minister Bond and Minister Barnett took the time to listen to that discussion and argument. I spent other times there meeting with and trying to get to Chief Derek Orr and Chief Marvin Leahy from Blueberry and the others there to ensure that they get their recognition of how important this is for, doesn't matter if you're in Blueberry, Soto, Pooskoopie, or Fort Nelson or Dawson Creek, you need acute care. Hospital services, emergency care is important. And so I'm really building that as well to try to get the support of the Treaty 8 First Nations communities. And so that was very good. Yep, go ahead.
But the really nice thing about that meeting was we had Chetwynd and we had Tumbler Ridge, and everybody was singing the same song about
the mayor of Fort Nelson,
and then
Mayor
of
Streeter.
course the mayor of Fort Nelson stepped in and said, it's, yes, that's the South Piece, but it's really important to our community to have that Fort St. John and have that Dawson Creek Hospital and those services available. So it wasn't just like the four of us sitting there with the minister. It was all of us. It was like having the even better than at UBCM where you get your 15-minute speed date, because we had them for like 45 minutes that we had them in that room. So it was really, really good.
I met with Minister Morris, the Solicitor General, and talked about our policing and all aspects of police services and how important that is for us. And my worry, we've had some, when the economy got going and everything got busy in the community, it got busy as well with the drugs and gangs, and public safety started to ramp up. So I met with Mike Morris about that and talked about how important it is for us to get that support, to get those recruits in here and help build that, ensure we got adequate resourcing for policing. I talked about how important the dog and the dog services are. I was hearing rumblings that there's maybe some sense that they might be looking to move our dog and dog man out, and I want to make sure that that dog, and that's been so critical to the services, I think, in our community, and the police dog solved that murder that occurred a while ago, because the dog was there immediately and tracked the guy down within 10 blocks. And if it was one dog in the whole region, the dog's in Fort Nelson, he's not coming to be able to be here in time. So Minister Morris was very good, and I had a meeting with his chief of staff after, and so they're on it, and they're going to make sure that they recognize the importance of that services. So I guess that's kind of the highlights of the Premier's Resource Forum, and to get that kind of two really core pieces of build for us and core infrastructure of services, healthcare and police services, was really important to me.
Did you have a conversation with Frank Leonard also?
I did I met with so many people, and so lots of engagements with lots of different folks. And Frank Leonard, the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, was there and talked about, we've got a new representative on the ALR for the Peace Region. I don't know if it's public knowledge yet or not, so I don't want to say anything, but
I'm not sure either.
I don't know if it's secretive either, but anyway, that'll happen. And
he wants to
and he wants to come up and spend some time with us. I said it's perfect time to do that, because as we're going through OCP and our South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan and all of that, it's really good to have that Agricultural Land Commission folks in, and Frank's the chair of that, to understand the needs of our community and how it's impacting us and the development and growth. So. And I should say this, I had a meeting with the Vice President of Spectra Energy when I got there on Tuesday, and had a really great discussion with him. And it's really, I think, cool how we're getting that level of engagement with the senior industry folks now in our community, and they're recognizing how important Dawson is to the development of the industry. And had a really good discussion with Gary Wellinger, and we talked about how I was so pleased with Spectra Energy and how Somerville Acon, the contractor, come in here and really supported our local community in so many ways. And I wanted them to know how we appreciate that's how we build communities, is when they hire our local business community, when they hire our local businesses. And when I first met with them, they said, yeah, no, we're in Northern Metallic and Pat's Auto and here and da-da, and it was evident that they were in and working in our community. So that was that. And Councillor Parslow, I think, raised, and I didn't put it on my list, but the Grand Prairie Mayor and Council were here doing their retreat a week or so ago, and so they come to Dawson Creek for 2 days, and we hosted them and toured them the Calvin Crook Center for Performing Arts and the Encana Event Center, and they were honestly blown away by how that caliber of those two facilities, or the Calvin Crook Center, was really impressive to them in terms of seeing what we had, and they loved the architecture and they loved the services that were being provided there. But I think the Encana Event Center was, and we've known that they were in competition with Grand Prairie in lots of ways for that concerts and venue for events, and it was really good to have them see what we have and how good a venue that is, and infrastructure and services. And Ryan and his staff prepared the tour for them, and then we held a 4-course dinner for them in there, and that chef Buckland does an amazing job, and I think it was a good eye-opener for our friends around to see how good that facility is and how good it was. So. Councillor Rogers, you had a Calvin Crook Center for the Performing Arts, the lights?
Eating Orders Awareness Week is what it is right now, and what we have done in the past is we've turned the lights to purple at the Calvin Creek Center. I'd just like to put that motion forward that we do that.
Thank you.
Maybe we could put something on our little sign out front that's purple too, that highlights the week.
We'll see what we can find out. You're moving this one?
I'm moving this one.
Seconded, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
I was trying to slip it in there.
Memorial Park ladies, Rosalind and can't remember the other lady's name, were here to look at us providing some grass cutting administration. You guys have got any?
Sure. Through your worship, this would require an amendment to their current agreement with the city. It was signed in 2010, and it's a 25-year agreement that actually states that they'll look after the, they will keep the area neat and tidy. So if council would like to provide that service, we would go back and amend that agreement. Also, just showing on that map, there is a private component. We would not recommend going into that private area without some kind of agreement with those owners.
Do we have any indication or any idea at all about costs of what this might be?
Yeah, and I mean, we just gone through this with the Memory Park, which is adjacent to this area, and we had said, approximately $2,500. It all depends on how often we cut, and as you know, years like last year, we have a significant amount of rainfall. You're going to be cutting a lot more often. But I would just ask our Parks and Facilities Manager. I believe you'd said around $150 per cut. Correct. Okay.
Councillor Schumann?
I would move that we amend our current agreement to include, I don't know, a few cuts a year to help them out with that.
2 cuts a year?
2? How about 3? Just for good measure. Once a month.
3.
Once a month.
Okay. Seconded? Councillor McFadden. Discussion. Councillor Javetkov, Councillor Wilbur.
We turned down the Memorial Park thing, grass cutting, and I don't see any difference here. Other than, it's a pet of certain councillors, maybe, but, so I'm not gonna support it.
A bridge,
I mean, if we're gonna cut grass, we cut grass. If we're not, we're not.
I just want.
Councillor Wilbur, then Councillor Schumann.
I just wanted to confirm that the grass cutting included, I think their biggest concern was the weed eating around the flower, or their boxes, their garden boxes, that would be included.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
And this isn't a pet thing of mine, but I know that we are supportive of our community gardens, and this is for the seniors that live around there. Many of them have moved in off the farm, and this provides them a place to get their hands in the dirt again, and it's well-being for these people. It's, come on, have a heart, Javetkov.
That's why we approved it. We have a garden.
We haven't approved it yet. They just want a little lawn mowing.
Having a garden's 2 different things.
Thank you.
Have a heart.
Further discussion?
Question.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor?
God.
Opposed? It's defeated.
Oh, you grumpies.
I'd
We're
rather
not
give
being
them the money
mean.
for the vegetables.
We're not being mean. That's
Whatever
not
Lori-
bridge, whatever
So,
bridge.
I didn't say
Lori
mean, I said grumpy.
Laurie Stevens was in with a request, and I don't know if we need to deal with that separately than the 7.4 or 7.1 that we dealt with.
We already dealt
Yeah.
with
So
it.
through your worship, it's been dealt with under report 7.1.
Okay. Thank you. Transit. We had Councillor Javetkov.
Still on this issue. So we're going to invite the people in around Willowbrook, but that park actually extends all the way over to 102nd. And there are residences on
What's he talking about?
18th or 19th Street. And I don't think there are any backing, well, I'm not sure on 102nd. I don't think there is any on 102nd that are backing that park, but on 18th or 19th on the north side of the creek, I think they should be involved. I think all of the residences that border that park should be involved with this meeting.
And it looked like it was, to me, pretty encompassing on the map that on the proposal. I don't know about the other stuff on 102nd, but I think it's I agree. I think it should be everybody from
Perimeter.
right all the way around that's
So
impacted.
I'm not sure
that.
if that was the intent there, Brenda, but
Yeah. Councillor Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, through your worship, my thought was that we would directly communicate to those that border that park, and it would be a public meeting as well.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, my motion didn't mention any streets, so it's those affected by the council decision, so.
Thank you. Transit, we had a request from Transit to take their recommendations. Duncan?
So through your worship, if council would like to make some changes, we can provide a report to council with the cost. So the service may not have a cost, but if we're updating signage or we're changing anything, there may be some costs, and we can provide that information if council likes.
I would like
Councillor Javetko?
I'll make a motion that we ask for a report, but also that we include the cost savings if we eliminated one bus.
Oh,
Okay.
Which one?
And this,
The one that goes downtown.
No.
Or the loop, the downtown loop.
no, I'm not. Is that a motion? You're
So-
including that in your motion?
Just the cost of it, like what is the cost savings if we did? I'm not saying that we should.
Okay.
Like if we're only gonna save $10, it's probably not worth it.
so we have a motion,
It's not.
or do we have a motion? Or is that
Just asking.
For the report.
for the report? Okay.
And including in that report,
This, the
cost
downtown
savings
cost?
of elimination.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Parslow. Discussion. Duncan?
Sure. So Kevin, I asked Kevin to maybe comment on what that would look like in removing a bus and providing that cost, if that's something BC Transit will be able to provide us within a reasonable time frame.
Yeah, so through your worship, we can certainly ask the question. I'm assuming you're only looking at cost and not the implications if you did remove the cost.
Just the cost,
Just the cost, because that would be a whole another probably study or report to say if we removed one bus, what does that look like?
Right.
If you're just looking at strictly cost, we can get that.
Councillor Schumann?
I think it's ridiculous to just look at cost and not look at implications, though. I'm sorry. Just a statement here.
Well, it's.
That's a big implication.
First you look at the cost, and if it's worthwhile, then you look at implications.
I don't know how you can look at the cost and decide if it's worthwhile without looking at the implications.
So we'll have to, I think we'll have to ask administration to explore that to see if, in fact, removing the bus impacts or has implications on the other services that are provided by the other routes. And if it does, then we'll bring that back. If it doesn't, we'll just have a pure cost then. But I don't know what the answer is. So I'm looking to you guys to say.
Sure. Through your worship, we'll work with BC Transit. We'll provide that report. We don't know. I mean, at this time, this is something that's a bit of a surprise, so I don't have all the details on that. We can include it in the report. If we can't provide the impact, we can provide that as an alternative or as a recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just
go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Transit in this city is the second lowest ridership in the province. And I asked the question of the presenters, what constitutes low ridership? Very low ridership. And one example was of a very low ridership would be one passenger per week at a bus stop. So we have worked at eliminating one or two of those, I think, in the proposal. The Tremblay and Canalta area. If we're at all concerned about providing services, we also must look at some services that maybe can be better and more effectively used, or efficiency. So efficiency is important, and I'm not sure if we're providing an efficient transportation service. Certainly, all the feedback I have about our system, the staff are excellent, the friendliness, their help is great. It's nothing to do with staff, it's pure usage, and the usage is very low. I've talked to seniors, I engage with, as you all do probably, with quite a few seniors, and many seniors do not use the bus system. In the at least 8 months of the year, because of they find waiting at the bus stops hard on them. It's very cold, Also, accessing them, many seniors are scared of falling. And that is why they choose not to. They'll engage a taxi or step up and ride because it's door-to-door service. So there's lots of reasons, perhaps true for many northern communities, why there's such a low ridership in the seniors. So I think it's good to... dollar amounts, statistics have no meaning unless they're put in context, I agree, but I'd just like to know what the dollar saving would be. But we do have a responsibility to be stewards of the tax dollars, and we have many needs for tax dollars being used. And if we can find that something that is not really being picked up upon as a service, then we have responsibility to deal with that. So I support the motion.
And so I'm it was my understanding that the study that Transit have done and looking at that was all aimed at improving the efficiency, effectiveness, and ridership. And the one piece that they talk about the proposed next steps, and I just want to read it because it says the marketing and communications proposal was introduced the transit travel training program aimed at the local seniors population and marketing outreach and new ideas for transit promotion. So I completely agree. To me, our best day is how can we increase ridership to make it more cost effective for the more that they use it. But at the same time, I'm good to peel the onion, and if there's a way for us to do that, but I thought that's what this was. But anyway, I'm happy to have administration look at that. Councillor McFadden?
Well, this isn't the time to be looking at change. We've got a report and a recommendation that we haven't even put into place or tried yet. And in their report, they're talking about some things about changing Route 3 and changing some times to make it more efficient. So let's give that a chance first before we go and tip over the apple cart. So I won't be supporting the recommendation. Silliness.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Well, Councillor McFadden obviously doesn't understand the motion. The motion is just to have a piece of information. It's not talking about changes. Okay?
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Councillor
Schumann?
I have a hard time supporting the motion, thinking that of cause and effect. So you can't, to look at the price, the cost, and then say, okay, well, take that out without having all that other detail, to me is pointless. I think bringing a report back to get the information on some changes to the routes, but all of our routes are very integrated to keep those timelines, to get the kids to school, to be able to pick up the seniors better, to get them home. That's the changes they've made that are in that report.
Exactly.
And they all fit together and they all meet downtown to make those changes to continue on the route. So to me, I think that's been done and this is what it is. I would like to know, because they talked about moving bus stops or new bus stops, and I think, maybe through you to your worship to staff, I kind of think that's the information that you're talking about bringing back. So I would like to know what that information is. But I'm not going to support the motion as is. I think it's pointless. They've done the work, brought it back. This is what it looks like, and they've made those changes that they've heard not only from council but from the community.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
Shaylee, just...
Thank you. So reducing the bus impacts service to all the other loops and the other components?
Sorry. Through your worship, so the motion on the table right now will direct staff to provide a report that looks at the costs of their recommendations, those initial recommendations, and an additional piece that would be the cost of removing a bus. That's what we would be directed right now under this motion.
Let's amend it.
Okay. Councillor Schumann?
I'd like to amend it to remove the part about the bus, pricing out removing a bus.
That's the motion.
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion to remove that piece.
That's the motion.
I can amend it though. Can
Brenda?
I not amend a motion?
That's in direct contravention to the purpose of the
Oh.
motion.
Then I guess we have to vote against
Well,
it.
what's the motion?
The motion
No, now we're
is
just
to
voting
have
against it.
administration bring back the report on, and included in the report is the reduction of what would the cost be of reducing one bus.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Javeka?
I think it's fairly simple to me.
It's always.
What do we pay for a bus? Like, I know there's a cost, and I know that the government picks up part of the tab, but I don't know that cost. I would like to know what the cost of a bus is. That's all it is. I mean, it's basic information.
You're trying to
Okay,
cut a bus.
so, Councillor Rogers?
And I just want to know what the cost of the recommendations are. I don't,
Just the recommendations?
doesn't matter, throw them both in.
Councillor Javetkov?
Yes, the other thing that we're gonna be here till 1 anyways, Terry, so.
I'm getting a headache.
When I was on council back in 2006 or whatever, the cost per rider was $10. So every person that rode a bus, it cost the city, or I don't know if it was the government and the city, but $10 per ride. And I see in this report, it's still the same. So all of these improvements that we've been making for the last 10 years or 12 years, our costs are still the same. So I guess I'm questioning whether we're, we keep getting more improvements, but it doesn't change the cost.
Yeah, it
But
hasn't
the
gone
idea
up.
is to increase the ridership, which
Well, that's
you
good.
would think would reduce the cost. You would amortize it over more people. That's why I'm wondering the cost of a bus is.
Okay. Councillor Schumann?
Okay, I'll support this, but the fight will come later when you try to cut the bus. That's, you're not cutting the bus. We're gonna
Okay,
fight this.
thank you. We're good.
Question.
Are you ready? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
We'll get them
That's
later.
it.
Don't
Terry's
worry.
opposed.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
So did
We'll
the
get 'em
recording
later.
secretary.
We'll get 'em later.
Diary? That was it for me under mayor's business, I think.
Nothing to update.
We'll get
Your
them both
worship.
later.
He's getting a
Councillor
bus
Parslow?
pass.
Under
First
diary,
birthday.
can I ask that a couple of things be added to diary?
Sure.
With the approval of council? I'm just wondering if we can diarise the topic of proactive versus reactive by law enforcement. I thought at a future COW meeting, the pros and cons of that,
Instead of it being,
purely reactive.
Complaint based.
And the second thing is could at a future COW meeting, in light of things that have been happening in our country and locally on our website, on Facebook, I would like to have the staff sergeant give a presentation on what is a hate crime and how do you recognize a hate crime. I am concerned about my Muslim friends
What was that
in
one?
this community and in this country,
Notre Dame.
and
Yeah.
against women's groups, gays, lesbians, or even personalities. Okay?
Thank you. So we'll ask the staff sergeant. Brenda?
If those are to be added to the diary, then you
Yeah.
have a resolution of council.
Okay.
so
I'd like to move those two topics be added to our diary.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Any other diary?
I had them read to me.
Residential Development Committee and everything's okay? Yep.
Well, it's not okay, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Consent calendar?
I don't know.
No update, Your Worship.
Strategic priorities?
No update.
yeah.
Question and answer?
No one has signed up, your worship.
Media question?
Yes, so I want to make sure I understand
Of course.
So the one that was adopted basically just gives the city's going to do the surveying to determine exactly who's over what property line, and then if anyone's over 24 period. Is that what was adopted?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's also a second motion that was rolled into that one to have a public meeting effective essentially.
That's right.
Okay, that was good.
Soon as we can.
You had mentioned something during mayor's business, and I just kind of caught the tail end of it. I know it's going to sound further that line now, but it was about the police dog service. Is there talk about adding or removing police dog service here?
Well, so we were worried about that, and so we just want to make sure the Solicitor General understands how important that service is to our community. And so I met with the Solicitor General, Mike Morris, when I was in Prince George, just to emphasize that, along with the whole aspect of the community policing, the rural policing. We've been hearing from industry and rural residents how they're feeling like they're not getting sufficient support and service, and that's just a lack of sometimes being under-resourced. I didn't want us to see that we didn't take the opportunity to talk with the Solicitor General about that.
So is there any talk about moving the policing service in here?
It was just a rumor I'd heard, so I just wanted to address it with him, and he didn't know anything about it. So. Thank you. Marnie? Thank you. So a motion to recess to closed. All of you?
Budget.
Budget.
Your favorite. Oh, it's your favorite, Mark. It's the budget meeting.
So excited.
He's been waiting for it all year. I know he has.
Not letting him talk, this one.
No, he's not allowed to talk. He's got
Oh, you used up all your talking minutes.
I'm cut off.
You are cut off.
You get 6 times in 22 minutes.
I know how
We
much
should
time I
time
got. I
him.
really
We
do
should time
appreciate
him
it.
just for fun.
Have we got Councillor Parslow?
Just so you know.
Oh, there he
I'm
is.
having a
Good.
real good day.
So we're going to call the budget meeting to order.
Later, why?
And the first item on the agenda is item 2. Review the items for discussion, report number 17007 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the budget draft.
Whew. Shelley's gonna read out the whole report.
Well, we need to,
She's shaking her head.
Come on, it's just short. It's just a short little report.
Oh, come on, come back.
What are you guys up to?
You better. Well, we're getting ready to budget.
First, the recommendation.
Councillor Javetkov?
Just a question. The recommendation basically approves this budget. I'm just wondering, like, to get any motions into this meeting, we would have had to have them in by noon of last Monday. But I didn't get the document until Wednesday. I just wonder if it would be appropriate to defer this to a special meeting so that we could make some motions, like, document them so everybody could see them ahead of time. And because otherwise we're just approving it.
Shelley?
Through your worship, traditionally when council receives the budget, somebody makes the resolution, it's open for discussion. There's different components in the plan that you can address individually. If there's significant changes, I would recommend that council bring them forward today. When we go through the budget process, we're on a pretty tight timeline. So our next meeting is the 20th. And then following that, we have public consultation. So the turnaround time on anything, because we have a week before the agenda, you basically set the direction, but it actually has to be built into the budget again. So I would really caution Mayor and Council on deferring anything. If you want to change something, that's what it's in front of you for. You as the governing body give the direction and we basically put it in.
Okay. Thank you. So Councillor Schumann and Councillor Rogers?
So Shelley, would we move this recommendation, then throughout our discussions come up with other things that we want to add into the recommendation and then amend the motion, or like I think that's where Councillor Javetkov
no, I understand. I think you have to get it on the table and then we'll go from there and let the mayor direct the meeting and just see how it rolls out and address things as they come up.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers.
So what I'm hearing is accept the recommendation, or get it on the table anyways, and then start making motions and changes. And I also noted that there's a few decision points that are in part of this, and this could be a real long meeting because I have a lot of things I think that are very important that need discussing. You know, I'm sitting here looking at 6 or 7 motions just without going through parts of the discussion of this whole document. It's 307 pages. I know I was told not to go through things line by line, but sorry, I did. And, you know, I got it on the Wednesday, and then there was another lengthy document that we also got. And yeah, I spent the whole weekend pretty much reading all of this, and as well as our regular agenda. So I don't know how we're going to make out with this here today, whether we get it done or not.
So yeah, so this.
I don't know.
So this is the draft one of the budget report that we've directed administration to prepare with certain parameters around it. There was going to be some. We knew that we were going to have some impacts to service as well as proposals around taxes, and so that draft report now is in front of us. And I think the first stage for us is that the draft budget report be received, accept and approve this tax rate structure, operational plan, capital plan, and then subject to the changes required from the public consultation, and staff be directed to move forward with the 5 proposed strategies for airport waste out of school care, community grants, debt servicing to mitigate the fiscal gap created by declining revenues and increased costs. Now, so that's the first stage for today. If anybody has anything specific that they would like to have us as a consideration within that, then I think we approve this, and then that starts to be brought onto the table for discussions. I got one biggie I want to bring forward that I think I want to bring forward for council's consideration now that I've seen the whole package of budget. And so I think that's the first step today, is to approve this, bring this recommendation forward, and then council go around and we start to bring forward those aspects and issues that we want under consideration for the final budget in end of April.
Somebody move the
Under alternatives, it does say council may choose to change any of the components of the plan as presented. So,
absolutely.
Would you like me to read the recommendation?
Yes.
No.
No.
Well,
I'm going to move it.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, I don't know how many hours you guys have spent reading this, but it's I've read it, and I need to understand what's in front of me first before making any decisions. I think if we have an understanding, then we can be better informed in any resolutions. Otherwise, mind you, you guys may all be brighter than me, and no budget's better than me, so I just have to defer to your infinite wisdom. But I have lots of questions, and as I said earlier, I really appreciate what has been presented to us. But I think I'm wondering, not wishing to, what's the word, compromise the schedule, which is critical. I'm wondering about inserting another meeting between now and the 20th, but that's just a reflection because,
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to add, I think that because we have now, this is our first review of the draft budget report. That's exactly the process. We have the obligations as the board to have the budget approved by the end of April. I don't know how or what we would do without first taking this recommendation, and I'm going to be guided by Shelley and administration on this, that we got this first draft budget report. And now it's up to us to start to provide our input into that draft budget report for administration on services and capital and tax rates and all of those considerations. But I think, to me, the first piece for us to have is to get the draft budget report onto the table and then start giving input into that draft budget report to administration. And if we need one more or two more or three more, I think we'll be guided by that input that we get from each and every one of us into that discussion we have and what changes and what is going to be necessary. And that's just, Shelley?
Yeah, no, I agree. You have to get the document on the table. So I think that might be the first step, is to get a resolution, to get it on the table. I would like to have 5 minutes to speak to how the report was framed. And then basically, as we've done in the past, each councillor speaks to the document. Any changes that are proposed come forward with the resolution. Council votes on the change or no change, and that's the direction that comes through. If there's something where you need further information, again, that's a council decision as a group. So I think we just have to play the process out for the next at least 2 hours, and give it the attention that it deserves, because it's a big document, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, and you have to give it the time it deserves to get where you want to go as a governing board.
Councillor Schumann, then Councillor Javetkov.
Well, I'm going to move the recommendation that report number 17001 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2017 draft budget report be received. Further, that Council accept and approve the 2017 tax rate structure, operational plan, and the capital plan included in the 2017 financial plan draft 1 as presented, subject to change required from the public consultation process. Further, that staff be directed to move forward with the 5 proposed strategies for airport services, waste services, out-of-school care, community grants, and debt servicing to mitigate the fiscal gap created from declining revenues and increasing costs presented the budget in the budget report.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Wilbur. Now, Shelley, if we could give you the 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever minutes you require to maybe give us a walkthrough.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship. So I'm just going to begin by saying everything that was put in this plan is from earlier council direction. The budget assumptions were approved in November, and basically we went through the same process that we've gone through in previous years, where senior management brings forward their budgets. It's consolidated. We look at the revenues that we have coming in, and we all knew that there was a possibility that revenues would be, the growth in revenues would be lower than we have seen historically, and that has come to fruition. Assessments grew in some classes, not in others, and the Peace River Agreement was lower than we forecasted, so we have to adjust for that. In the budget assumptions, there were 3 things: modest tax increases, recommended service reductions, and a reduced capital plan. Those 3 things have been put in front of council for approval. In those 3 large components of the whole framework, and I always talk about the integration, and this is really key to what this plan does and any changes that are made going forward. You know, there's lots of different ways you can either speak to the revenues, or you can speak to the spending, or you can speak to the capital plan. But keeping it big picture from where I look at it, the city is positioned very well for this year. We had really strong reserves. Our revenues and our spending has gap in it that can provide council the flexibility and the resilience that they need for any uncertain conditions throughout the year. And I'm really recommending that we keep that there, because it does give you the flexibility not only to deal with the uncertainty, but it's also there for opportunities that you might not see today. So coming into it, we were in a good position. The strategic plan the council has set, that hasn't changed. It's been the same for 4 years. This is year 3 of the 4 years. And there's basically a number of items in the report that basically show you that the draft aligns with the strategic plan, and that's what you want. If you have a strategic plan, the budget comes second to that strategic plan, so it just basically shows the progress in that plan. The other 3 things that I think everybody has read about is the themes that came out this year, the transitional year, internally, externally, lots of past commitments. The capital plan carry forward is very significant, and it does suggest that we are at capacity and we need to finish up those commitments. The other thing is about building capacity internally to ensure that council can continue to deliver on their strategic plan. So those were the 3 overriding themes. Process and the format, I'm not going to go through. The assessment information we already went through earlier this year. Just for the public, the recommendation does include a modest tax increase of 2% on all classes. And that basically generates just a little bit over $300,000. Now, in coming to that recommendation, lots of analysis is looked at. We looked at the new construction, individual classes, we look at affordability measures, and one of the things about the tax rate setting, it is not just for 2017, and this comes back into the budget assumptions, it's long-term tax rate setting, so that you don't have a tendency to keep tax rates so low that they will help you out this year, but in the long term you're creating more volatility. So that was much of how this whole process gets put together. I've got a number of graphs in the report that suggest, you know, on the average residential house, the increase is just about $36. And we looked at that in the combination with the sewer increase to try to keep it under $100. And what you're trying to do is just protect the most vulnerable. Seniors, fixed income, disabled, single moms, young families, all those things. Commercial, on the other hand, based on the recommended rate, it's an increase of $358 on an average assessed commercial property. Again, that's the ratio is, we try to keep it 3 to 1, under 3 to 1. Commercial, when they pay taxes, when they pay property taxes, it's business deduction and it's before tax. So it's basically less than $1 a day on the commercial versus residence is after tax. So we look at that as well. So those come into play when we're making the recommendation. Any increase in commercial is about any 10-cent increase in the rate is about $47,000. It's not significant because most of our base in Dawson Creek is residential. So then we looked at benchmarking, and Dawson Creek's position improved by two placements when you consider tax rates compared to other communities across the province. And we also look at total fees and charges. So that's going in the right direction. And then we looked at top 10 taxpayers to see if there's some risk, and there's a good mix there, not too much change. The other item that we look at as well is the tax deferments, how many applications we get annually. That did not change significantly, so there was no high risk there. And then we looked at fees and charges, and we were supposed to get into that last year and we just didn't get around to it, but definitely We have to finish that review on fees and charges. It's important because you see the different levels of revenue, taxation, peace river agreement, fees and charges. The mix is changing, and we have to ensure that our fees and charges basically increase to cover the service at an affordable level. And there's, as we discussed before, some proposed strategies on areas of higher subsidy than others. And then there is a lot of information on spending changes by service area. So some areas went up, some areas went down, and it's a combination of previous decisions by council, the transition plans of staffing, and then some modest reductions in certain areas to compensate for that that was looked at by senior staff. And then you have your capital plan, which for this year, 22 million carry forward. That's committed. There's not much to change there because you finished what you started. And then there's about 9 million that comes in as recommended projects. And as I said in the report, it's not, we weren't limited by funding this year. We are limited by capacity more than anything. You can only achieve so much in 1 year, and you need to finish off what began last year. So without going into more detail, that's basically how the plan was put together. Modest tax increases, modest service reductions in certain areas, and a modest capital plan.
Thank you, Shelley. So I want to raise one item. I think having seen the plan and seen the report, one thing that's popped out to me that I think I'd like to raise for council's consideration, I'm going to get out of the gate fast, is I think we should defer the hiring of an economic development position this year. It's $130,000, and I think this year, in terms of the budget challenges, that's an area that we could, I think, defer for a year, and I'd like to make that as by way of a recommendation that we put there. And so I want to say this: 130, and I would like to see that 130, and I'd be guided by administration, but 130 to me would roll back into reducing the required modest tax increase by perhaps 5 cents on residential and 15 on commercial, which would equally split the 130 between the two categories. I'm making that by way of a motion.
Well, I was just trying to ask you, if I may,
Sure.
procedural here. I can foresee, as we go through this meeting, a whole bunch of recommendations.
Sure.
Some might be in contradiction to each
All right.
other.
It's a good point.
So should we chart?
Let's just chart them.
If someone could just put them on a chart of big paper,
Yeah.
so that we can then look at them and say, are there some contradictions?
Sure. Good point.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, or we can
No,
go motion by motion, but then
Yeah,
you might
it's,
want to.
yeah, it's better to do it, look at it holistically once
Yeah.
we've got all the input, and as much input as we can digest in one day.
Shelley.
Shelley?
Yeah, through your worship, I'm just going to correct you a little bit on the numbers. It's 87,000 for the EDO that you mentioned earlier. So if you want that removed, that's the amount that was put in for that position.
Oh, okay, I saw 130 somewhere, Shelley.
Below it, but
I
that's
thought
okay.
Sorry?
That's the one below it, but that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, how much was it again, Shelley?
87,000.
Just 87, yeah.
Councillor Schumann and Councillor Parslow.
All right, so if that's what we're doing, is just hopping right in there. There's a bunch of different decision points. Do I just get one and then somebody else? Do I just get one?
Oh, sorry,
Paul Rogers.
Brenda?
Through your worship, just a bit of cleaning up here, I think. With regards to the recommendation, what we could do is just add in that council accept and approve the 2017 tax rate structure, operational plan, and capital plan included in the 2017 financial plan draft 1 as presented, subject to changes made by council resolution and subject to changes from public consultation. So just adding that in there.
Okay.
And then you can vote on this motion and then
As a whole?
carry on with the motions.
Oh, okay,
I'm good with that.
good,
I'm good with that.
okay.
Okay. All right, so the one I wanted to talk about was waste services. Staff's recommendation was to...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Schumann. So I think,
Sorry to interrupt, there's one more. We should have a seconder for each motion that's made.
Oh,
so, are we gonna do them, so then are we gonna do this motion that's on the table, the recommendation first, and then add all this other separately and chart that? So should we vote on this
The main
first?
motion should be voted on,
Yeah,
and then...
and then start dealing
If
with
there's
the,
any changes, they should have a seconder. And then we can just table them all until they're all on the table.
okay. So we need to vote on that first one then.
well, we gotta vote on the
Gotta
main
vote on
recommendation.
this first recommendation that you made and I seconded, that we,
Oh, okay. So we're gonna vote on that now?
Well, so,
I'm just,
I just wanna get clarity from Brenda. Yes?
Yeah, the main motion with that amendment should be voted on.
Okay.
And
what's the amendment?
the amendment is subject to changes made by council resolution is added in.
Because we're gonna be now making resolutions.
Okay.
so we need to vote on the amendment first and then the motion.
Yep. Duncan?
And then, sorry, moving forward, any new resolutions would need a seconder, and then they would be included on the list
Yes.
to be reviewed altogether, but ensure there's a seconder to have that discussion.
Right, okay. Councillor Parsons?
Point here about procedure. So the motion contains specific things to the tax rate. So if there's a motion subsequently to this that changes the tax rate, is that motion going to be overruled because it's contrary to this other motion? And I see our financial officer saying yes.
It's just the
So
first draft.
that's interesting.
So isn't that the subject to the changes, that is the amendment that you're talking,
That's
Brenda?
my recommendation.
Yeah.
But Shelley's has a different version.
Brenda? Or sorry, Shelley?
Through your worship, this draft is a proposal to you as a
Yeah.
council.
Yeah.
Just a draft.
It's given to you so that you can propose any changes that you want. The changes that you make as governing body have to go through council resolution. So everybody's either in agreement or they're not in agreement, right? So first of all, you receive the report. This is what I've recommended. You want to change it, however you want to change it. There's 100 different ways you can change this. That's what this meeting is about.
To begin that deliberation.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's vote on this.
Councillor Rogers,
So just,
on the motion.
well, I just want to be clear here, because if there is okay, let's say I didn't agree with the tax rate increase. Let's say, no, I don't want that tax rate increase. And if that tax rate increase is in here on this recommendation, then I would if I said, okay, I'd be voting against the recommendation if there's no increased taxes. So,
But you can bring that forward as
That can
subject
come
to the
forward.
changes
Okay.
that you're recommending as part of the budget package.
just making sure.
Yep,
Okay.
okay?
Let's vote on that
So,
first one.
on the recommendation, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
Okay.
So the first one I want to make is the,
That's the amended one?
yeah,
Yeah. Now we're
So
gonna
we
make.
didn't vote on the amendment, but, or is that just an agreed
oh,
on?
sorry, yeah, you're right, we did have the amended motion, so it was on the amendment.
It was on the amendment.
Okay, we're all in favor.
All right.
That's where I was going.
On the amendment, so that was amending the motion to, subject to the changes, and now on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So now
So now it's a free-for-all.
That's a free-for-all.
All right.
Well,
Dale gets to go first and then I'm second because
Going
that's how it
west.
was before.
I want to make the recommendation, the motion that we remove the funding, defer the funding for the EDO for the 17 budget, and the 87,000. Move, seconded, Councillor Parsons. Discussion. Do we need to discuss it individually?
Just a point of information.
Yeah?
The figure that our financial officer said, that was for salary, right? There were benefits is added to that, isn't there? And isn't there some travel money
There is
budgeted? I
benefits.
thought I saw all that stuff.
Through
Shall-
your worship, the 87 just came from the budget submission, so there's probably, if there is salary and there is benefits, the position will be removed, the funding will be removed.
Right.
If
I'm
there's
just-
anything attached to that position being removed, where you said you wanted to change it up on the funding, we'll put that in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
don't get too caught up in the,
Okay.
the monetary details. It's the action that we want to capture.
And for me, I think I'm looking at it from the perspective, if we find some money, I'd really like to try to minimize that tax rate for commercial and for residential equally. Any further discussion on the ED? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, so my eye was caught by the Waste Services suggestion about increasing our waste collection fees starting in June of 2017 at $4 a month. But we were also giving it an alternative, which was to direct staff to investigate the cost of recycling and composting pickup service to see if that would provide a more cost-effective approach to increasing the costs. No increase has been included in the plan, as there is a sufficient reserve to cover off any deficit in 2017. So we can move forward with either the increase or with the alternative. And I would be moving that we look at the alternative. I think that depending on which kind of model we used, we could see some efficiencies in there. And so I'm moving that we look at the alternative instead of raising the waste collection fee $4, to look at the alternative of recycling and compost.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. Councillor Rogers, Councillor Parslow.
I'd have a question to staff, because the from what I kind of gathered is we're getting charged more for tippage fees out at the landfill because we have what is considered contaminated waste that has recycling in it, or called a hot load. Is that actually happening out there? Because I know that there was talk at the regional district, they were going to start charging more for tipping if it contained too much recycling products that should not be there to begin with. So is that an indication that our citizens are not recycling enough, therefore we're getting charged more for our loads that go to the landfill because they're not recycling? And that's why we're looking at an increase? Or they are looking at an increase? Could I ask that to staff, please?
Shelley?
Through your worship. So, yes, that looks like what is happening, right? So we've had like a $40,000 increase in the landfill. We know that fixed charges have a higher fee than a clean, or a hot load is higher than a clean load. We can do an analysis as part of this alternative to look into composting and recycling, but you're not going to get a $50,000 increase in landfill charges from the increase to households. So there has to be that mixed load fee adjustment that's happening. Now, I haven't verified it through audit or anything like that, but this has been, I think it was last year that the Peace River Regional District did a fee increase, or the year before. So this is just catch up. It's catching up to us. So.
I know that they are doing some data, some analysis on some of the landfill sites as well as the transfer stations to do a survey, if I can use that term, of an audit of the waste that's coming in to see the percentage of what should be diverted or recycled that's not and getting into the transfer site. So I know that the Peace River Regional District have got that work planned for 17 to try to do the analysis of that hot load versus clean load and all of that.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow, then Councillor
I'm
Javetkov.
trying to find in the documents, so maybe I can be directed to it, where the impression I had for the increased costs was the contract with the waste management people because of the increased number of houses, okay, that the expense had gone up. Where is that? It's stated in here somewhere. I just can't find it.
Through your worship, I'm not even sure it's in this document or if it was in a previous document.
No, it's in this document.
Is
For
it?
sure, yeah.
I know, I read it. It's,
That
It would be in the proposed draft.
that the contract with the waste management people, the number of pickups because of an increased number of residential and other was, I got the impression was a big driver in the cost increase. And then the landfill was another factor. And so the question was, what is the breakdown between the two? You know, regulatory costs for composting, mixed loads, but there's somewhere else in this report.
I did read
Is the, oh, here we are, on page 22. Environmental waste increase by 113,000. The main increase is related to the contract increase, okay? Due to higher house counts and the added landfill cost. I just wondered what's the breakdown.
All right.
Thank you. That's all.
So I just want to speak to this a little bit because by legislation, the solid waste management plan for us all as part of the Peace River Regional District, and so we as a community are part of that. We're legislated to be part of that. So we pay for the collection of the waste, and then the Peace River Regional District look after that waste from the moment it hits the landfill transfer sites or the waste places. And so the one comment they put in here also is higher costs for increased regulatory costs for composting, which are all covered in waste collection fees, and mostly from higher landfill charges due to mixed loads. And so I think the more that now you see that you can find ways to get those costs off our residents onto the solid waste management plan post-collection, the more you understand it. I think, fortunately, John, when they implemented curbside recycling last year, the post-collection costs were $800,000, and that's all borne by through the solid waste management plan, and reduces then the overall impact to the landfill site costs that, and then all of us are part of that. So anyway, just for a bit of information, Councillor Schumann.
yeah, just further to that. So right now, all of the post-collection costs, so there's a number of communities in our regional district who are doing curbside recycling. And so we're all paying into that right now. We're paying for that right now. And if we moved possibly through some investigation to a curbside recycling program, right now we're helping to pay for the communities in the regional district who already have the curbside recycling. So if we move forward with this, the post-collection costs are sort of borne by everybody in the regional district. And so my thoughts on this is, we're already paying into Fort St. John's post-collection for recycling, so we should be getting on board. To me, it's reducing the amount of garbage into the landfill, and diverting the recycling from that would help. I mean, even just implementing our garbage cans reduce the amount of garbage that was going to the landfill. So I just see this as an investigation. We can investigate instead of just going ahead and raising the bi-monthly rate by $8. Perhaps we can, just change some things around. Garbage one week, recycling the next. We get the diversion from our landfill. Our landfill lasts longer. It doesn't cost us as much. And we pay less in tipping fees for our garbage waste.
Thank you. Councillor Javetko?
So that's, yeah, I just want some clarification on exactly what the motion is. The motion is to get a report on it, basically.
Yep.
It's not a decision to go to recycling. Because we would obviously want to consult the public about that.
Yep.
Which we have.
Yep. Shelley?
Yes, we do.
Public meetings,
Yeah.
public meetings.
Yes, we do.
The earlier question on the increase for the breakdown between the contract, curbside contract and the landfill contract, so it's about a 60-40, 60%, 62,000 increase on the contract.
50, 62 or 50?
62, we were over budget last year in that
Yeah.
area, and then 45,000 on the landfill contract, we were over budget on that, so we're basically adjusting to actuals.
62 hired house counts and the rest.
No, no. Caveat on that. The budget increase for 2017 was 62
Oh, okay.
to do with that category. So then from that 62, we actually have to investigate further to see what the breakdown between higher house counts and if there was a contract increase.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's three components there.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Duncan?
So through your worship, just as we're talking about motions, and it was a little unclear earlier. So we have two things happening here, where we have that EDO recommendation to remove and approve by council, and now we have a motion to direct staff to write a report or review it. We also had discussion about a list, an ongoing list. So we're just trying to make sure there's clarification between actual actionable items and things that are going on the list to be considered
Sure.
at the end.
And no, I think you guys will capture the stuff that's actually got a financial, this council has now given that direction.
Yeah.
And stuff that we need to get some further information to come back on, right?
Okay. So just as we make the motion, that it's clear.
Yeah. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah. As it relates to recycled stuff, are we looking at single source or multi-source? Because the research is very clear that it should be multi-source, not the practice followed by Fort St. John,
Yeah.
where large amounts of potentially recyclable material is contaminated and is unusable. So I just want clarification, are we going to the best practice or the lowest type of practice?
Councillor Schumann?
So that is all, we pick up the recycling at the doorstep, and then the regional district decides whether what they're doing with it. To me, that's not our decision. They're responsible for our landfill and the garbage we produce. They are also responsible for the recycling that we produce, and they, because they're responsible for that, they make those decisions. I think it's a single source that they do right now.
Single source.
Yeah.
And they bundle it all up and send it off to a MRF, I think it's called, and then it's dealt with there.
It's their capacity
that
at the.
is considered to be bad
Yeah,
practice.
it's the
Done at source.
yeah, it's the capacity of the depot that exists in the region as to why they've only got single source and not.
If you go
Well,
to
my
some of the
understanding.
mainland communities, you'll see
Yeah.
it's all separated
Yeah.
because
It's
the
all-
research at source, at the house, so that it is usable for recycling. So
Yeah.
I'm concerned about bad practice.
Duncan, then Councillor Schumann.
So most of the recycling in the Lower Mainland is taken care of by MMBC, and I believe that's all single source. So you get a bin at your doorstep, you're allowed to put certain things into it. I think glass is omitted. You would still have to take your glass to the recycle depot. But it's all based on like an MMBC sort of
So,
rules.
and I think we're getting into the details here of what can or cannot be done, and what we're asking for administration to bring us back a report on what we can do and what can be.
If there's a more
financially.
cost-effective way
So we'll,
of using recycling
We've
and
got
compost.
we've got the administration, I think, clarity in terms of what that is. Councillor Rogers, one last time,
Well,
and
there's
then
one other thing that I'd like, that I'd be curious about, because there's already, there's a business in town that does it, and then there's also a business from Fort St. John that comes in and does it, and I think it's about $12.
so the Peace River Regional District have a contract for a 5-year contract for the post collection of the recycling with Eco Depot in Fort St. John, and so that's and Poo Scoopy do theirs directly with the recycling. So what we're asking administration to do here is get us a report on what can be done and the costs associated with that, and
As opposed to
not to
these
I don't want to muddy it up, but I'm thinking that there's people that are doing that in Dawson Creek right now, and are we going to be putting them out of work?
so
So what would the numbers be?
But we're talking about a service that's paid for by the Peace River Regional District by legislation, and so there may be a big cost saving as well, and so we should understand that. That's what I think we're asking.
And we're talking the difference between mandatory and voluntary.
Yes.
Okay, clarity. Okay, administration.
I think so. Brenda, you're good? Yeah.
Yeah. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
As long as Brenda's clear, we're good.
Councillor Parslow.
One from me?
Yep.
We're going round, are we?
Yep.
Okay.
Your turn.
Well, I'm just putting this on the table, and do not crucify me. This isn't necessarily me speaking, but I think we need to have a discussion about number 6 on page 1 of 30. Council gave staff some direction around the development of this budget. It was passed by council, and I'm hearing that there's some second thoughts about the having a tax increase. So I want to put that on the table. Do we affirm this, or do we want to work towards no tax increase? That's
So absolutely, and from my perspective, anything I think we can find efficiencies where council agreed to that to minimize that tax increase. I'm good to do that, but I'm also good that we may have to have a tax increase, and we've agreed to that, and so that, from my perspective, Councillor Parslow, that's just if we can find some efficiencies to minimize that tax increase, that's what I would like to see us do. But I'm good. But I also appreciate we're going to have a tax increase. Council has set that direction.
So I just threw it out on the table in case
Yep.
people who are talking about that may want to jump in.
Councillor Roger?
Well, my thoughts is no tax increase, unfortunately, after, I was at that meeting and I voted for the tax increase and I spoke to it. And after reading and getting more information and talking to citizens, etc., there's the citizens have gone through quite a bit. In the last 5 years, I might be wrong, please tell me if I am, but in the last 5 years, the variance from previous years, if you add up all of those numbers, that's on page 10 of 30, the chart at the bottom. So you have the average single-family dwelling municipal tax increases for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's $223 for over the last 5 years. Now, that's what we have. We're talking about the tax rate right now, but that's what they've experienced in increases over the last 5 years. And if you want to start adding water and sewer charges to that too, it's becoming unaffordable for the seniors and people that are on fixed incomes for them, because over the past year, you've seen people with investments not getting paid out on their dividends. Like if they had investments, some of those investments that they have, the dividends aren't getting paid out, or the dividends are being reduced. And I think there is something else in here about the amount of financial increases that have been through, if you're on the Canada Pension Plan or whatever, or your pension plan. I don't think that they've seen in the last 5 years increases of $223, and we're talking about taxing them even more. So it's just a concern, and if there is absolutely any way that we can keep more money in the citizens' pocket, I'm good with that. And I think that working through this and trying to find ways of not increasing the taxes, I think we really, really need to look at seriously.
Thank you. Did Councillor Parslow, did you have a motion in there? Because we just, just for discussion.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I just thought, as we're starting this process,
Yep.
we should get it off.
Validate it.
Yeah,
Yep.
validate it. So what I'm hearing is what you said, a reaffirmation if needed a tax increase, if not, if we can minimize it. So that seems to be, unless somebody wants to move a motion, they have no tax increase.
Well, we've given, Councillor Rogers.
I'll put forward a motion that we have no tax increase and we try and find out the money from somewhere else. Whether we take it out of operations
No, I think it's
or
just
we increase fees for user groups that are through community, through the recreation or something like that, so that we get a better balance on that. But I'm thinking that there's a lot of people that are on fixed incomes. And then when you talk...
So wait, so I just want to get the motion. So you're making a motion?
I'm making a motion that we not have a tax increase for 2017.
Have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Javekoff, discussion. Duncan?
So through your worship, in this budget, we've presented exactly what council asked for in November, a modest tax increase and modest capital program. If council feels that a tax increase is not a good idea at this time, we'd look for some direction as far as administration, where you want to focus. For every option we would bring forward, there could be 10 other options, whether it be an airport, an arena, a pool, snow removal. So if council would like to have a 0% increase, there's a number of areas that could be looked at, and we'd look for some direction in which areas council would like to proceed.
Yeah, the hard part I'm having with the motion is that we had a ton of work go into a 300 and some page document with the direction that council gave some time ago about modest increase in taxes, modest decrease in services, and that was the foundation of the budget. And now that we have that, we're now working forward through the process of saying, okay, are there ways that we see from within council, either for services or whatever, but I think to now change the overall direction that we've given administration to prepare the budget of a zero increase is a really fair amount of change in the direction we've already given to get the budget started. So I want to give Councillor Javekoff, then Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I think that we need the flexibility. You know, like you've brought up $87,000 savings. I think that could be taken off the taxes. You know, the taxes are taxes, but the fee for sewer and water are also a payment. Like a lot of municipalities just include those in the taxes. So, you know, I don't know what they've gone up. I haven't figured it out. I know it's quite a bit, somewhere in the hundreds, maybe 300 a year.
Combined is
But
so that's significant. I mean, here we're talking about a tax increase of 30, but if you add the increase in the fee for sewer and water, it's significantly more. So I think we need the option of reducing the taxes if we can identify some savings, like what you've done.
Yeah, no, I think that was what I was saying, that's the process we're going through. But I guess my concern is we now are given a completely contrary direction to the preparation of the budget that the CFO has gone through and administration and staff have gone through, because we gave them the direction to say, come back with a budget that gives us operating budget that may have modest increases with modest service decreases. And now that we have that, now we're going to work through the process of, okay, here's some ideas or here's some things that we think either are impacting revenues and or services to hopefully help to get us to that point. But my concern about the message of just saying zero tax increase completely changes the parameter of the document we have in front of us and the direction that council gave them. So Councillor Rogers and Schumann.
Well, after talking to everybody that's citizens that are out there, things have changed. And then the information that is in here, I didn't have at the time. I didn't know that where we're going to end up being at, because there's increased costs they're going to be paying for their garbage, and there's other costs other than their taxes. But what is the total amount of tax revenue that is going to, okay, if we raise taxes through your commercial, and through your residential tax increase, and I guess your others, which would be the agriculture and stuff. What is that total amount? Because if we're sitting here saying, yeah, we can take, I think it's 300 and some thousand, is it not?
Just over 300, Your Worship.
So what we're saying is we can't find $300,000 in this budget of 80 plus million to save.
So that's
I think
what we're doing. We're going around the table trying to do that. We're not going to say to them, "You guys go find it."
That's what we're doing,
Yeah, but
well, we haven't got around the table yet.
What, did
Okay.
he get a seconder?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we, I just think that if we go into this saying that we're just gonna cut tax, like, we're not gonna have a tax increase, then at least there'll be a little bit more effort to try and do this. Because the amount of effort in trying to reduce expenses that I've seen in the last 2 years is in this budget. We've increased it. We've increased it in the last 2 years. And here we are looking at increasing again. We got businesses that are just getting back on their feet again, that have experienced, and citizens that have taken 20% wage cuts. But yet, in this budget, we've given wage increases.
Well, so
including
that's
ourselves.
everybody at this table votes on that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a democracy. It's not a kingdom. It's a
So let's
democracy that we all get to vote on.
Let's just call the
And we all
question
get to have our input into it. And so I'm just saying, at zero given direction, I'm okay with what you're saying, but I'm just, to me, the direction that we've given administration was how the budget was built. And anyway, Paul.
Could we just change-
sorry, Councillor Schumann first, and then
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Javetkov.
I just want to call the question because I think that we have given direction. Staff has identified a small increase in taxes. They've identified a whole list of things that we can do, from the airport to waste services to out-of-school care and other things where we can reduce. The mayor has identified one item that we can reduce. Like, I think we need to go through this process, see where we end up in the end, and then decide where we stand at the end. So that's my argument for not supporting his motion.
Thank you, Councillor Javetkov.
Could we just change the motion to say that if there's money available, we could reduce the taxes instead of making it?
That's already in.
But that's what we did when we said, subject to the changes in that original founding motion.
Yeah, so we just withdraw the motion for now, and if we can,
Oh, I want to vote against it, please. Please let me vote against it.
I'll just withdraw it, but it's gonna come back.
All right.
Whatever.
Brenda?
Through your worship, there are motions that you're voting on, and there's motions that you're tabling till the end. This
Yeah.
could be one of those motions you put on the table till the end.
Okay.
Till the very, very,
Can we
very
just
end.
table that?
Thank you.
Till the very, very end.
All those in favor
Of
of
tabling?
tabling?
The
All those
very,
in
very
favor?
end? Yes.
Till like when?
So all those in favor of tabling until we go through the whole list and when we bring everything back? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
I don't even know.
Okay. So I don't know if I should let you use that one or not for yours, but I'm going to move on.
Next.
Your turn.
Is it really?
Just one.
He's got three
Just
free
one?
pages.
Yes.
Well, I don't know which one to pick, so you wanna go on to
Pick a
something
good
else? I wanna pick a good one.
I'll tell you.
Just get them all out and over with.
Okay. Here we
I don't
go
want to do
then.
this over and over.
No, he's not getting three
Page
pages.
26, capital
26.
plan funding, capital reserves, transferring to operations. Am I right or am I wrong?
What the hell are we doing now? Page 26.
Page
Yeah.
26, that doesn't.
Page 26, I think I had,
Dun, dun, dun.
I think this.
What's your question?
Okay, so the 2017 proposed capital plan includes 31 million, 31.5 million in capital expenditures, including 9 million in new proposals and 22 million in carry forward projects. Deferred capital requests of almost 2 million are provided to council to review but are not included in the plan. So this goes back to the part that what Shelley had talked about previously. Like, we've got $22 million in carryover from projects from last year, and we're only spending 9 million on capital projects this year.
Yeah.
So my concern is that going through this, I did not see any road work except for a bridge. We've had reports from our road audit for roads that need to be taken care of. So I just look at it and go, you know, why is it we can't seem to get the projects finished? We're sitting with $22 million in carry forward projects, and yet now we're going to be cutting back on doing things that we really need to do on the capital end of things. So my question would be is, why is it we can't get these projects finished? Because it's hamstringing us for doing projects that need to be done for this year. So can I ask that question to staff, please?
Sure.
Through Shelley.
Shelley?
Yeah, through your worship. So if you actually look at the projects that are being carried forward from previous years, they're pretty substantial. Very often, a lot of them are attached to third-party funding. So by the time you go through that process and you get the approval and then you get the third-party funding agreement, it takes a long time. The other thing is a lot of these are water and sewer. They're very complex, and so you don't just rush them through, and they don't happen overnight. They're big, complicated projects, and they have to go through the due process. So if you want to, hire additional staff to get projects through quicker, I'm not sure that would speed it up that much. But there's just a lot on the go. We're a busy city, and we were fortunate enough to get about $10 million in funding, and we have to finish those jobs up. So the good thing about putting forward a $9 million plan, even with the 22 carry forward, is that if you don't get to it, they will be approved for the next season, so that you can start right on the roll of the year end. You don't have to wait till the May 15th, which I know some councillors had some difficulty with in prior years. So the plan was put forward by all the senior staff put together of what it should look like. So.
Okay, but we also have a operations and maintenance and capital, a 60-40 split. And I was under the impression that we were going to try and get the numbers going away from operations and more into capital. And I see that we're staying with a 60-40 split. I thought, wasn't that a direction of council to try and move away from putting more money into operations and, putting more money into capital versus operations?
I think there's a
So I can speak to that. So
right above.
Councillor Rogers is talking about the Peace River Agreement allocation. So the original forecast was at 15 million. And the Peace River Agreement now has conditions and reporting attached to it. So this new long-term development plan came into effect. And so the old formula that council had is now gone. We've got this new 5-year plan. The Peace River Agreement funding was stable over the 4 years until 2020, when it's a 2% increase. I know Mayor and Council's desire was to increase capital, reduce operational. But again, we have to integrate everything together. So the plan that is proposed right now integrates all those together meeting the conditions of the new agreement. So backtrack a little bit, the 15 million went down to 13.8. The original long-term plan the council approved was a 60-40, 60 capital, 40 operational. All we did was change that to the new amount so that 40% stayed in operational, 60% in capital. Going forward, if the Peace River Agreement amounts fluctuate, they will be looked at year to year, but this is the long-term plan. It had to be in by January 31st, and so right now it looks like the funds will be stable for the 4 years until the 2%, and that's basically the forecast that we put forward. If for some reason council wants to change that so that the 60-40 goes 70-30, can do that later on. Right now this plan is basically put forward with the information that we knew at the time. So.
And, sorry, go ahead.
Well, and I'm just reading, staff requests the council approve the revised plan as amended. The plan around where we're putting our Peace River Agreement money, because the report was required to be sent to the ministry by January 31st, and we've done that. So changing that up right now would kind of throw a big hitch into everything, I think.
Yeah, my main
Councillor
question
Rogers.
was why is we changing, why hasn't the change from 40 to 60 been changed? Okay.
We thought that was pretty fair.
Yeah, and then, because I was just going through the capital, and we might as well talk about the airport. Okay, we won't.
No,
I won't bother.
Well, there's something to be talked
Well,
about in
sorry.
the airport.
If are you, some,
No, I was just looking at some of the numbers and some of the things that we're spending money on. Like the lighting retrofit for the multiplex at $234,000.
so the objective today is to try to get some input to direction to finance in terms of some proposed changes, so.
I'm good. I just had to ask questions on why on the capital.
Clarity on the paving program, capital 2017 capital paving program?
Through Kevin?
So, through your worship, this year, the bridge project on 10th Street along with the approaches to that bridge is going to eat up pretty much what we normally allot for a paving program.
Okay.
That's where all that general program capital is going.
Okay, thank you.
I just worry about the deterioration of the roads, and hopefully it won't end up like out in front of the high school where you replace the whole road.
Yeah, that bridge is a biggie, so.
Yeah.
Councillor Schumann and then Councillor Parslow.
Well, since how somebody brought up the airport, I'm looking in here.
Well, he didn't really, and so if you're, he walked on by it, so.
No, but
We have an hour and we're gonna get 3 more over on this
There's a
side.
specific thing that, pardon, I'm on page 18, and it's just to require that the airport maintain the 2016 spending levels instead of increasing them by 181,000 in 2017. Or 81,000, sorry. Everything's starting to run together. And I don't know if you need us to agree on that or not. Yes. So I am suggesting, making a motion, that we ask the airport to maintain their spending at 2016 level.
Second,
As a motion.
Councillor Parslow, discussion. Councillor Parslow?
I'm not so sure we need to discuss it.
Okay. Any other
If
discussion?
somebody wishes to, I'm willing.
And so
to
we'll have the, that as a direction, and administration will bring back the implications of that.
Yes, through your worship, we'll have to take a look at that and see what contracted services we have and what other obligations we have before, so we'll have to include that in the next draft.
Okay, thank you.
Do we vote on that?
Well, I haven't yet, but I just wanted to get
Oh,
clarity on
yeah.
that, so. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Javetkov.
Sure.
It's my turn.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Councillor Parslow was up. He had his hand up. And
Okay. Okay, this just as information stuff. I'm going into this process assuming that our funding from the regional district for our firefighting department is intact
Yes.
for 2017.
So the latest is we've made a motion that motion was passed at the PRRD at the last meeting that the City of Fort St. John and City of Dawson Creek would be kept whole for 5 years. And so now the administration have been tasked to bring back a report, the financial implications of that, and that'll be dealt with on Thursday at the board meeting. But the negotiations are ongoing, and so our understanding, and Duncan, you can update anything more current than you have, that we're whole for 17 for sure.
So, in speaking with Chris Savick, he contacted me last week and said everything is somewhat on hold while they work on this separate piece, but that there's a year's notice in there, so.
Okay, so the other is just, I'll allow others to speak. Number 8 on page 2 of 30 reads that council begin budget discussions for 2017 with provisions for administration to provide a statement of impact on fiscal gap for all capital projects and a potential reduction in services. Talk to me more about that. How do you see doing that, I guess?
Well, through your worship, so there is a caveat in the report that said due to time constraints, we weren't able to work it in this plan, but to me it wasn't urgent because most of your capital plan is carried forward. Council is committed to it. Agreements have been signed. Giving a fiscal impact statement on something you've already done is kind of redundant. So going forward, one of the things that we did on the business case analysis was to apply it to projects over 500,000. So unless council has a specific idea of what this statement of impact on fiscal gap should be, in my view, it's more of if council decides, for example, that they want to do the airport, then we would actually look at, one, the capital effects of it going forward and the operational effects going forward. One of the things that we've looked at in the past, or that I try to build into the package, is if you're making a decision, the financial impact is equated to a tax rate. So that, and this was the first time I actually put it into dollars. Not only tax rates, but to dollars. So that every time council makes a decision on whatever it may be, increasing or decreasing, this is how much tax it will either cost or save the taxpayer. And then as you're going through the year and making these decisions, if you equate it in those terms, then you get a better idea of the effect of the decision. So one, you're looking at the current effect, but also the long-term effect. That's kind of how I see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Councillor Javetkov.
So, I thought I read in here somewhere that the reduction in fair share, 1.2 million, was being absorbed through reserves. So the money we reserved from last year, which would normally go to capital projects, would be used to offset that 1.2 million. Is that how it is, or?
Page 2.
Through your worship, not really. So, it's quite complicated in itself because the Peace River funding allocate, how we report what we do is an allocation. So that's a part from the budget. So we lost 1.1 from the forecast, right? So we reduced, when I'm pushing it through, the revenue is reduced by 1.1 million. You have all your other revenues, and you have your operational plan, and then you have operating surplus. So that operating surplus was about $10 million, and that's the amount that you use to transfer to your different reserves. Okay, so that dropped by $1 million. So because we have flexibility in this plan, and that's why I don't want you to take away the gap, is because these kinds of things can be dealt with easier than if you close all these gaps. So 2017 was probably the first year I've ever seen general capital reserve balance of any significant amount. It was just about up to $5 million because of the capital allocations that you've been making over the years, because of the carry forward, because of the modest capital plan. So when the Peace River Agreement reduction happened, there was a 40% adjustment to operation and a 60% adjustment to capital in the allocation. And so the only effect that it had was on the transfer to capital, even though we had room in there, and the ending balance of the capital reserve dropped $1 million, right? So it's a combination. It's difficult to explain. I'm not going to say trust me, because for God's sake, don't trust me. Question everything that you possibly can, because anytime you do this, the public use of funds, you have to be ensuring that everything is exactly the way. Sorry.
No, I'm giving it to her.
Yeah. So the ending balance changed on the capital reserve. Taking away the capital reserve right now is not a good idea, because it gives you flexibility and resilience going forward. If you had an opportunity, let's say for the airport, that had a 60-40 split, you now have dollars. You take it away, you don't have those dollars.
Nada.
Did I answer your question?
Trust me.
I got another one.
You're not allowed.
So the capital reserves have been
Somebody
reduced
needs me to
That's
do
right.
it.
by 1.1 million.
Do it.
Mhm.
Ah, that's good.
And that went
Because
into,
we got cut 1.1 million by, so however it's done, it ended up that it was made up of capital reserves. So I thought you told us that the 60-40 split, you took the 1.1 million, 60% of that came out of capital reserve or capital projects, and 40% came out of operations.
No, it came out of the transferred capital. So there's a difference. You have the funding side of life and you have the spending side of life. Nothing in this changed the spending. It changed the funding. So, if you really want to get in depth into how this works, capital is a combination of capital projects, current capital projects. It's a combination of debt servicing related to prior capital. Those two amounts, debt servicing, and this is only the general fund. Just leave the water and sewer alone. Has nothing to do with this. Part of it's made up of general capital debt servicing, which goes through the operating fund, and part of it is capital projects, which is capital funding. Okay? Those two, the amount allocated to debt servicing and the amount allocated to capital projects, changed. But the capital allocation in the Peace River Agreement reporting did not. The one thing that is getting
I don't think I'll ever understand it.
I know.
Maybe I need to take an accounting course.
One thing that is getting very complicated in local government financing is that I try to keep it simple. A dollar is a dollar is a dollar. If it comes from taxation, if it comes from fair share, if it comes from fees and charges, it is a dollar you have available to spend. Where the provincial government goes is they want compliance reporting on where you spend that dollar. And so you have to ensure that you're following council direction, ensure your budget is balanced, but you also have this compliance reporting that has to fit in. And that's the integration that I keep talking to you about over and over and over again. If you don't meet the conditions of your funding partners, you can get into serious trouble. So we need to be on side here, but we also need to be on side as far as the strategic direction and the balancing of the budget.
Thanks, Shelley.
Okay, I'm not prepared to make any other, like I'd make some, a cut, like for example, 3% on recreation and cultural services, but
We don't like that.
Duncan would want me to define what part of those services. So this here, I mean, this isn't the etched in stone budget that we're talking about today. We will have another kick at it. And I'd like to make my motions and explain them so that everybody has them ahead of time. So we're not keeping Terry in here for hours and hours unnecessarily.
I know you guys that we're probably gonna have more than one or two more kicks at this. So
Yeah,
thank you.
unless you want to just approve a 3% reduction in
Float that
recreational
balloon up,
cultural
see how it
service.
goes.
You tried that once before.
Councillor Wilbur.
I want to talk about the out-of-school care, actually. I would motion that we go with the alternative and that the city divest itself from providing the service at the end of the current school year. We're not getting our cost recovery.
Hold on, let me second it.
Oh, you know, we're gonna look at 100%. I think we're gonna see that further decline and those kids move into other daycare situations. And I really don't like being in the business of competing with other businesses. So anyways, I make the motion that at the end of the school year, we say that service is no longer available.
Seconded, Councillor
If Cheryl
Schumann.
seconded.
Discussion.
Oh.
Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that that's a $130,000 savings.
Okay.
I think I'll vote against it.
Any other discussion?
That must be about 3%, isn't it?
There's your 2%.
Well, can I just ask a related question? And here I'm throwing out my ignorance, but so this program operates at KPAC? Or is this the one that, where does it operate?
Well,
Okay.
staff could ask that, but I believe it's
Through your worship, there's a couple components of out of school care, and I think Shelley can maybe add to this. But we have our after school care program, and then we have our summer care program, and I believe this 130 captures both of those, Shelley.
It should.
Yeah, so there's two components. So you're talking about your out of school care, after school care that takes place at Tremblay School and
thank you.
Canalta School,
Yeah.
and then you also have a summer program as well that takes place now in the Kinarina. Used to take
Yeah, I
place in
see. Yeah,
the
I remember
YCC.
that.
So there's
Thank
two
you.
components here.
That's all.
Question.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor Schumann.
Through you to our CAO. Is that here I am voting to get rid of it. It's not the summer program though, like the little camps they put on and stuff like that through rec?
So through your worship, and I'll just verify with Shante, the actual recreation programs come through a different budget.
Okay.
This is just
Good, I'm good
for
with that. It's
the actual summer program that takes place in the
Okay.
Kinarina and the out of school care.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. You'll be recorded.
Terry's just
Councillor McFadden,
Yes.
you have one? Or two?
No,
He gets one.
we gave staff some pretty clear instructions at some point back, and they have delivered on that, and I thank them and congratulate them for it. I don't think I want to sit here now and start nickeling and diming them over the report that they've given to us. I think we're doing this the right way. I don't think it was proper that we asked them to find 3%. That's our job.
These little highlighted.
But no, I'm quite comfortable with
So I'm gonna do the next one. Do you want
what they brought back to us. I may or may not be supporting all the motions of council. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one I would like to ask, and we've had a bit of discussion about the Regional Fire Training Center, and it's underway. But I wonder if we can get some. I think there's some opportunities here, both within our regional district and other communities. Even, we talked about it when we had the City of Grand Prairie here, and I'm wondering if we should have bring back to council some structure on. Okay, if somebody commits to capital cost, can we put, I'd like to put some proposals forward on behalf of the city to the other communities and the other regional areas that have firefighters, fire departments, Eris, Pooskoopi, Chetwynd, Tumbler Ridge, Grand Prairie, Beaver Lodge, High, all of them. I'd say, if you would like to participate in utilizing our fire training center, and you give us X amount of dollars towards the capital, we'll give you this fee for the operating costs. And if you don't, here's what your operating charges would be. And so there's a benefit to kicking into capital, but also the participation then in the firefighting center, because I think then it would make it a lot more cost effective for us in operating it. And so I wouldn't mind because we need to have something to present to those other communities, and I'd really like to do that. And I don't know if it's too early to do that, is my question.
So through your worship, as we complete the construction and Kevin has been tasked with this as he's project managing, as we move through the process, we'll have a better understanding of what those costs are to use the facility, what those out-of-pocket utilities, whether it be gas or whether it be water. So as far as approaching the other municipalities or the other groups as far as the capital, we can approach them, but we don't know what that reduction in fees. You could have a broad statement that says we would only charge you out-of-pocket expenses. However, until it's built, we don't know exactly what that is. We can estimate, but we don't have that fine number, and we don't have a fee in our fees and charges bylaw yet either.
I guess I was just thinking about it as an umbrella statement that we say, we know it's 1.3 million or whatever to build this capital project. And so if you say that and you looked at all of the other communities and there's 300 firefighters, let's say as a number, and we're 20, so we represent perhaps 7% of that. So what I'm getting at is, could we come up with a model, a formula that says, if you contribute capital towards this as a percentage of your population, you'll pay the flat fee for the operating costs of it. If you don't, we're going to charge you twice the cost of the operations if you don't contribute. I'm just thinking about it as a way for us to get the commitment into the funding it for capital, as well as get the commitment into the operating, because the more those departments are in there utilizing it, the more cost effective it is for us, I think. But it's just go ahead.
They have a, 100 Mile House was looking at that because they have a fire training center. And during the whole discussions around that, from what I do remember, is you can actually hire somebody to run the fire training center and put on all of the, put on the program, put on the training and everything like that. And we actually already have those qualified people, I believe, working in our fire department right now. So that would be a way of leveraging and just letting everybody in the region know, yes, we have this fire training center. If you want to come and use it, it will cost you this much under our supervision, and then they pay for it. Because right now, where do they go? They go for training somewhere else. You know what? Come to Dawson Creek, and we can you can get trained up here versus sending them all the way down the Lower Mainland.
Yeah, and I guess that's just my point, is if we could have some kind of some discussion about it in terms of starting to, I'd really like to start moving that forward with these other departments and communities to try to get some capital money and commitment that they're going to use it as in their operation, so that it reduces our overall operating costs.
Yeah.
Duncan?
So maybe council would like to direct staff to provide a report when we understand what those costs are going to be. We can put some resources towards it and figure out what that usage is going to be. Council may want to consider thresholds, $1,000 versus $25,000. You know, there's a few different variables to consider that may be best captured in a report.
Absolutely, and I guess that's all I'm just saying, is if we could get that, I'd really like to start trying to move it out, because I know that some of the regional district folks are looking to placeholder some of their Peace River Agreement money, as Shelley talked about, where we have to document and report on that stuff. And so the more we can get that placeholder set for our fire training facility, I think the better. Anyway, it was just a thought. Councillor Parsons?
Okay. A comment and then a motion, okay?
Okay.
I was interested at the bottom of page 3 of 30 about all those decreases that staff had come up with, some of which I understand, like the legislative, I understand that one. The debt service is obvious. Economic development, that was because of that conference we had, the NCGLA conference, and that's now been added to. Without taking time, you can get back to us maybe at a later time, but I'm interested, how did you manage to cut 217,000 out of land development, energy planning, community services, and what's in the other? Because the impression I had from our work last year is that these things were pretty efficient already, and there was no latitude. So without a great, do you want to answer that now? Okay.
Yeah, through your worship. So the big one on the land development there was two things. There was about $200,000 in consulting costs for the OCP review, and that was replaced with staff.
Yes.
So a little bit of work has been done in 2016, so there was a reduced carry forward going forward. The other really big item that's mentioned in the report is the tax sale properties. So traditionally, we have anywhere from 100 to 200 to 300,000 for tax sale properties that come up for sale that the city is the deemed owner if nobody else purchases.
Yeah.
This year, we only had one property valued at $6,900. So it was marginal. Those were the two big ones.
Okay.
Without looking into
Yeah.
The other reductions. So those were the two big ones that affected the reductions. It's not really a cost of service reduction. It's just the way things happened this year.
And what about energy planning?
Energy planning, that was just a reduction based on looking at the service, and that was put forward by the director.
Okay.
So that was deliberate, a deliberate reduction.
Community services? 51,000.
I think that was probably just put forward by the director or now CEO.
Okay.
There was, the strategy that we started with was we had to fund the commitments the council made. The 1.75 fixed contract had to be worked in. There's still work to do there. And then everything else was reduced to compensate for those increases, and this is what it came out with.
Okay. Then now to a motion, and I'll turn you guys' attention to page 24, where Shelley has highlighted.
I
I'm
cannot
sorry,
take any
Shelley.
credit for Shelley's work.
Shelley has highlighted some proposed changes. So are you all with me? Community grants and sponsorships?
Yes.
I believe you want a motion to support these. So I'm going to amend this a little bit if council, and there may be some debate, so follow what I'm suggesting here. So I move that we support the reduction of community grants and sponsorships from 50,000 to 25,000. The Dawson Creek Exhibition Association fireworks grant from 10,000, and I'm going to suggest 0. Dawson Creek Stables and Arena grant from 10,000 to 0. Then I'm going to suggest that we add mile 0 cruisers from 10,000 to 0. Now, then I'm suggesting nothing else. In other words, what was proposed that we approach all the groups for a 20% reduction. Okay? Can you just give you a chance to read that? It reads, additionally, staff recommends that other partners receiving annual grant amounts be contacted to determine whether they would be agreeable to a 20% reduction in subsidy for the current year due to the lower than anticipated gaming revenues. These would include the South Peace Arts Council, the Kiwanis Band, South Peace Community Resources Society, Step Up and Ride, Mile 0 Cruises, and Kiwanis Trade Fair. I'm suggesting that 20% be found with the Mile 0 Cruise. And the reason why I'm suggesting this is I have been told that they're if you look at, if they're quite healthy financially, okay? Whereas I know some of these other groups, such as Step Up and Ride, the South Peace Arts Council, there's no latitude there. The fireworks grant 10,000 to 0. I just don't think it's good stewardship to spend money on fireworks, and so I have amended the suggestion, but that's my motion, and I may not get a seconder, and we can debate it.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rogers. Discussion.
So,
Did you get that?
I noticed that that part of this staff has included in the budget the request from the South Peace Historical Society is mentioned. I don't want to muddy things. That was
This is to do with community.
Oh, yeah, that's the,
Just right
Oh,
above it.
okay, I'll muddy it. I don't want to
Yeah,
muddy
you'll
it up.
muddy it up.
Okay, I'll muddy it up.
so the only two comments I have are the part of the strategy around event and sport tourism to me about how we support the cruisers and the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association as significant events in the community that bring a really strong level of activity into the community, and we've seen that from both of them. And so I think by reducing them by $20,000 and the impact of what it has in the community, I don't agree with those. I think we need to continue to build and enhance that event and support tourism to our community. Anyway, just have that as a comment. Councillor Javekla?
Yeah, with the money that they're donating, like they're donating money to other organizations and stuff, and the stuff that they're purchasing, the jackets that they gave to us and everything, I think Charlie's right. I don't think they need the funds, and I think if you consulted them, the members, I think they would probably agree. In fact, some of them have said that.
Okay.
So I think that's prudent. I mean, it's this in this day and age with the economy the way it is, I think we have to be careful with what we're spending.
Sure. The other thing I will say is that I think the gaming, we saw the decline from 14 to 15, and we saw it even more so in 16, which is a direct impact on the economy. And I'll be very surprised if we're not back into late 14 or so numbers that may change that as well, but you can't anticipate that. And when you're budgeting, you know what you've got anticipated right now. So, Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, and I think, if we see an increase in the future back to those numbers that we were seeing in the past, I mean, obviously when the economy is better, there's more people hanging out at the casino, right? And so then we get those larger gaming grants. And so I would agree with Councillor Javetkov and Councillor Parslow. You probably aren't going to hear that too very often, so I'll just throw it out there. That I agree. I like those changes to this part.
Thank you. Further discussion? A question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
So that's it for now?
Okay, there is
Councillor Javetkov?
So do we have an amount that we've
there's a piece.
reduced the budget by or increased, or the net, I guess?
130, 210. I would say it's going to be in the 260, 270.
Somebody must be keeping track, I hope.
Not enough.
For your worship, you have, you may be coming back to the next one. So 87 for sure on the EDO. Have to consult the airport manager, but 81. So that's 168, maybe close to 200 on that.
After school care was
130.
130?
Through your worship, though, that's no effect. No effect because I had already made it 100% recoverable, so you're going to take the revenue and you're going to take the expenditure out, and it's 6 months in, so
Okay.
I wouldn't even count on that.
Oh, so we're not saving 130. Dang.
You will down the road,
Right.
Yeah.
but
Community grant?
So between 200,000 and 300,000, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
It's not that much, but it's a start.
and through your worship on the community grants, nothing was put in for the 20% reduction, so you have a further 15. So maybe 2 to 215 is the.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schumann and Councillor Rogers.
I just wanted to ask Shelley if she needed a motion anywhere around this proposed strategy for the Peace River Agreement, or did we fix that up already?
Page 25.
I know, I'm right there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I
Your
was going.
worship, this is more a strategy for the future of how debt servicing comes off the table and putting money on for basically making sure you have replacement reserves for assets. This is not short-term at all. This is a long-term model that will take you 10 years as you switch cycles. Just curious to, one, see if, what council thought of that. I mean, depending on what comes up year to year, you're still going to use your borrowing because that's the capacity is there to use it, but this is just a long-term strategy for getting into that new asset management look at things.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers and Councillor Parslow.
Do we need a motion that the debt servicing costs under a 10% benchmark starting in 2018 be set aside in a restricted capital reserve for future replacement until such a time that current depreciation costs are funded depending on the PRA funding levels?
Shelley?
Yeah, through your worship. No, Councillor Rogers, this was just, if council's in favor of this strategy, a forecast model will be brought forward that you can look at. Nothing will change until you look at what it looks like over the long term.
And then there would have to be a policy built around on that, how that fund is spent?
I would defer to just doing the forecast model first and then one step at a time.
Can we
I don't need a policy.
Can we ask for that forecast model? Would you like us to ask for that?
Yes, I would. I wouldn't have recommended it.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Schumann, seconded by Councillor Rogers.
Thank you.
Discussion?
I like this.
Yeah.
I like it very much.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
What?
Did we get everything? Councillor Parslow?
Well, he voted with me for a change.
Because he has his boots on, he's ready to go.
I think we got it all.
No.
Well, unless
the rest is just I can chat to the staff about. It's more the understanding, right? So I have nothing else from at this time.
Thank you. So, Duncan.
Through your worship, we didn't get a motion on the fire center and directing staff to provide a report on that model.
All right. Moved by Councillor Wilbur, seconded Councillor McFadden. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Anything further? Shelley?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Brendan's okay with all the resolutions the way they've been presented, or if we have to have a summation.
No, I can give you a summation, but the only resolution, or the only motion that's still on the table is the no taxing.
Oh.
We tabled that till the end of the budget discussion in
To the
April.
very end?
The very, very end.
Well, that was our Shaylee and I's concern.
Shelley's like, I want to know now.
Do you want it dealt with now?
That's,
I say we just.
Yeah, let's deal with it now. All in favor?
Oh.
Wait, what?
Of the zero tax increase budget.
So
All
if
in
you're
favor?
go for it.
Opposed? Defeated.
Continue on, Shelley.
Anything further?
No.
So the one thing I do want to say, and so I'm really happy to see Janet Loisel back in to work today. Today, first day back. Welcome back.
Welcome home.
Very good to have you back. Built into the budget is the support to our finance folks, and it's a big issue for me that we make sure we got finance. We see how important finance is to us, and as was identified in the report, Janet's retirement plans are in the not too distant future, and that's a part of hers and Shelley's, and we all do that. And so I think it's really important that we support that, and I was really happy to see it built into the budget that we do that and support that succession for our finance folks. So thank you, and I appreciate, Shelley, obviously, and your folks, all the work that got us to today and get this first draft report out, because I know how much work it takes. I watched that. So I appreciate you getting it to council and making it easier for us to start the process. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to thank the finance staff, every one of them. Stepped up to the plate with Janet being off, covered off brilliantly. I couldn't have brought this here without everybody basically coming together to make this happen. So team effort is really, really big.
Thank you. motion to adjourn the special meeting. Oh, sorry, we will set a special meeting now because I think that was some discussions. And we'll talk about that in the coming months because we need probably another one or two.
Your Worship, I just had one more question because my cart's behind my horse right now. Last year's budget had happened, there was a statement in it that said, no new services recommended for last year. I didn't see that in this budget, but I did see that there was no new borrowing is recommended.
Yeah.
So, are we still, do we need to reaffirm that there'll be no new services as it was recommended last year, or is that just something I gotta
Yeah, no,
keep
so
in my
this year's
head?
the parameters we set at that meeting in
Through
September,
your worship.
October. Go ahead, Sharon.
In the budget assumptions, the beginning parameters were set. As far as new services, the only one that, no, I shouldn't say that, there's a caveat there. The archivist for the South East Historical Society is in there, as you guys work through what that plan looks like. I know that there's still some finalization there. And then basically as we are dealing with the changes in the revenues, we've got a motion for a school. So the way that I see it is you're readjusting and reprioritizing as things change. So it's not, you're not doing the same as you did 10 years ago. Things are adjusting as external environment is adjusting, so that's positive.
So in my comment about if and once we get this stuff done, that'll take us to the next step. And if we need to have another special meeting set for that, then we'll do that.
I think we're doing.
Administration, you guys are okay?
I think we're good, through your worship, yeah.
Thank you. Johnny, you have a question?
Yeah.
Does he get to?
I just wanted to check, so, is the tax rate set after this meeting, or?
So the final budget will be set at the end of April. We have to have the budget locked in by that time, and so that by the end of April, we'll have tax rates. We'll have all of the entire budget for spending, capital, everything is set within that budget at that time. Johnny, it's so now that we've made some modifications to some of the things today, that may have some impacts on those tax rates, ratios, different things.
Right, but that, getting the amount, but that small increase to the base tax, that's still on the table and being considered?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering, I know this is a big report, Shelley, I just wanted to sort of explain sort of what the motivating factors for that are. For the residential and commercial increases.
Through your worship, so that was the direction of council on November 7th. And the fact that costs continue to increase. CPI is 1.8, I think PC in November was 1.6. And a modest tax increase will ensure that the city stays strong in the long term. And the integration of the whole plan just supports that.
Do you have any idea when the last time a tax rate increase actually went through? I think maybe last year or the year before was considered.
My guess is it's probably 6-7 years.
Yeah, for worship, I think
2007.
The rate itself, so that's different than the amount of money that is being charged on an average assessed family residence. But residential was 2010. I think commercial was back in 93. However, you've had a lot of market growth.
Right, it hasn't really been an issue because you've got assessments going.
As your assessment comes up, the rate will go down.
I don't
so
think
that
it's
your
been
tax
increased
revenue
since
is
I've been
just
here.
keeping
Since
up.
2008.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10.
You have to be careful with how you're talking about rates.
Yeah.
You have to talk about rates with assessments.
No, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
The rate can go up, but you can actually end up paying less because your house.
Maybe it did.
Yeah.
I think that's everything we need.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Motion to adjourn. Councillor McFadden, Councillor Parslow, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thanks to staff. You guys, thank you.